Picture our Earth, a blue marble suspended in the vastness of space. Imagine ancient forests stretching across continents, deserts shifting over millennia, and oceans rising and falling through the ages. This is the story of our planet's deep time, a chronicle that extends far beyond human memory. We humans tend to see ourselves as the culmination of Earth's story. We've built cities that touch the sky, networks that span the globe, and machines that can think alongside us. But what if our chapter is not the first? What if, in the immense library of Earth's history, there were other stories written long before ours began? This is not a tale of aliens or supernatural beings. This is a question grounded in scientific curiosity. Could an advanced civilization have existed on Earth millions or even billions of years before us? And if so, would we even know it? The rocks beneath our feet hold memories. They tell stories of ancient seas where strange creatures swam, of atmospheres rich with different gases, of continents that moved and mountains that rose and fell. But could they also hold whispers of societies, technologies, and intelligences that have been forgotten by time? Tonight, we venture into this possibility with quiet wonder. We call it the Silurian hypothesis, named playfully after fictional reptilian beings from Doctor Who, but representing a serious scientific inquiry. Could intelligence and technology have emerged before us, only to be erased by the patient hand of geological time? As you listen, imagine the sweep of ages passing like clouds across the sky. 4.5 billion years of Earth turning, continents drifting like slow ships on a sea of molten rock, species arising and vanishing like morning mist, and perhaps, just perhaps, civilizations blooming and fading like flowers in the vast garden of time. We make no extraordinary claims. We simply ask an extraordinary question. Are we the first to look up at the stars with wonder? Or might we be walking a path that others have traveled before? As we contemplate this question, let us journey across time. Imagine standing on Earth 65 million years ago. The air smells different. The continents rest in unfamiliar positions. Strange birds call overhead, descendants of dinosaurs that have dominated the planet for 160 million years. Could any of these creatures have developed technologies? Could they have built societies that rivaled our own? Or must intelligence follow our particular evolutionary path? Consider our own brief presence. Humans, as we know ourselves, have existed for merely 300,000 years, a blink in Earth's timeline. Our industrial civilization spans just 200 years. If another technological civilization had existed even 10 million years ago, almost all traces would likely be gone, eroded away by wind and water, buried under sediment, or subducted back into Earth's mantle. The history we know is written in fragments, fossils preserved by chance, rocks that escaped destruction, isotopes trapped in ice cores. Between these fragments lie vast oceans of the unknown. Our certainty diminishes with each step backward in time. Think about the artifacts we leave behind. Our cities, our plastics, our nuclear waste. If humans vanish tomorrow, how long would these traces last? 1,000 years? 10,000? A million? At some point, Earth reclaims everything. Mountains rise and fall. Oceans advance and retreat. The very surface of our planet is constantly being renewed. And yet, there might be signatures, changes in the chemistry of ancient oceans, unusual concentrations of metals, isotope ratios that don't match natural processes, tiny anomalies that could suggest the presence of an industrial civilization long before our own. This is the essence of the Silurian hypothesis. Not a claim that such a civilization definitely existed, but a serious examination of how we might detect one, if it did, and what limits exist on our ability to know our planet's past. As we journey through this exploration together, we invite you to hold two seemingly contradictory ideas in mind simultaneously: healthy skepticism and open wonder. For it is at this intersection that true science happens, where we neither believe without evidence nor dismiss without investigation. Join us as we explore Earth's ancient past, examining the evidence for and against the possibility that we share our planet's history with forgotten predecessors. Not with sensationalism, but with the gentle curiosity that drives all scientific discovery. For whether we are first or merely latest, the question itself offers us perspective on our place in the grand story of our world. Our story begins in the deepest reaches of time. 4.5 billion years ago, a cloud of dust and gas collapsed under its own gravity. At its center burned our young sun, and around it swirled the elements that would become our solar system. Earth formed from these materials, a hot, violent world of molten rock, bombarded by asteroids and comets. Imagine standing witness to Earth's birth. The ground beneath you would be not solid rock, but a sea of glowing magma stretching to every horizon. The sky would be black with thick clouds of toxic gases, occasionally split by lightning that could strike for hundreds of miles. Meteorites would rain down constantly, some small enough to burn up in the atmosphere, others massive enough to create explosions visible from space. In those early days, Earth had no moon. Then, about 4.4 billion years ago, a wandering planet roughly the size of Mars, which scientists have named Theia, collided with our young Earth. The impact was catastrophic beyond imagining. Both planets were partially vaporized. A vast cloud of molten and vaporized rock was thrown into orbit around Earth, which gradually coalesced to form our moon. This impact also tilted Earth on its axis, giving us the seasons that would later become so important for life's diversification. For millions of years after this collision, our planet was inhospitable to life as we know it. Its surface was an ocean of magma, with temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. Its atmosphere was a choking mixture of carbon dioxide, water vapor, and sulfur compounds. Constant volcanic eruptions belched more gases and molten rock onto the surface. These were Earth's chaotic beginnings, a time of formation and destruction on scales we can barely comprehend. But gradually, over tens of millions of years, Earth began to cool. The molten surface solidified into a crust, thin and unstable at first, prone to cracking and sinking back into the mantle below, but gradually thickening and becoming more stable. Water vapor in the atmosphere condensed, falling as rain that would not stop for thousands of years. This global deluge filled the lowest parts of Earth's surface, creating the first oceans. The first continents emerged, small islands of granite in vast, mineral-rich seas. These early continents were nothing like our modern continents. They were small, scattered, and constantly changing. But they marked the beginning of Earth's geological cycles, the slow movement of tectonic plates, the building up and wearing down of mountains, the formation and destruction of oceans. These cycles would eventually create the diverse landscapes that would harbor life's evolution. By 4 billion years ago, Earth had transformed considerably from its fiery birth. It now had a magnetic field, generated by its spinning iron core, which shielded the surface from the sun's harshest radiation. It had an atmosphere, though one we could not breathe, rich in carbon dioxide and nitrogen, but with almost no oxygen. It had oceans of liquid water, though they may have been more acidic and much warmer than today's oceans. And somewhere, in some warm little pond, or perhaps in the darkness around a deep-sea vent, or in the clay deposits along a shoreline, the first life appeared. We do not know exactly when or how this miracle occurred. The earliest definitive fossilized evidence of life dates to about 3.8 billion years ago, simple, single-celled organisms that left their traces in ancient rocks from Greenland. But tantalizing evidence suggests life may have emerged even earlier, perhaps as far back as 4.2 billion years ago, shortly after Earth became cool enough to support it. Minute carbon isotope signatures in ancient zircon crystals hint at biological processes occurring during this time, though the evidence remains controversial. What were these first organisms like? They were not bacteria as we know them today, nor were they the complex cells that make up our bodies. They were something more primitive, perhaps little more than self-replicating chemical systems enclosed in simple membranes. They had no nucleus, no mitochondria, no chloroplasts. They likely derived energy from chemical reactions rather than sunlight, perhaps using compounds like hydrogen, hydrogen sulfide, or methane that were common in Earth's early environments. These first life forms faced a hostile world. Ultraviolet radiation from the sun would have been lethal on the surface, unfiltered by the ozone layer that does not exist without atmospheric oxygen. Meteorite impacts were still common, some large enough to vaporize the oceans and sterilize the entire planet's surface. And yet, life persisted. Perhaps it survived in deep ocean environments, protected from impacts and radiation. Perhaps it was extinguished multiple times, only to emerge again, life finding a way despite the obstacles. Try to imagine the profound slowness of life's early evolution. For nearly 2 billion years, half of Earth's entire history, life consisted solely of single-celled organisms. No plants, no animals, no fungi, just microscopic beings floating in ancient seas or forming mats along primordial shorelines. These simple creatures were performing a quiet miracle. They were changing the very chemistry of our planet. Some early microbes evolved the ability to use sunlight as an energy source, the first photosynthesizers. Initially, they likely used a form of photosynthesis that did not produce oxygen as a byproduct. But around 3 billion years ago, a group of bacteria known as cyanobacteria developed a new, more efficient form of photosynthesis that did release oxygen as a waste product. Molecule by molecule, they began to transform Earth's atmosphere. Oxygen is highly reactive. It combined with iron dissolved in the oceans, creating massive deposits of iron oxide that sank to the sea floor. These deposits now form the banded iron formations that are mined for iron ore around the world. Only after these iron sinks were filled did oxygen begin to accumulate in the atmosphere. This was Earth's first great transformation by life, the Great Oxygenation Event. It began about 2.4 billion years ago and continued for hundreds of millions of years. It was also life's first great extinction crisis. To the anaerobic organisms that dominated Earth's early biosphere, oxygen was toxic. Many species vanished, unable to adapt to this changing world. It was, in a sense, the planet's first pollution catastrophe, but one that would ultimately enable the evolution of complex life. The Great Oxygenation Event had another profound effect. It triggered Earth's first known global glaciation. As oxygen levels rose, methane, a powerful greenhouse gas that had helped keep early Earth warm despite the sun's lower luminosity, was destroyed by chemical reactions with oxygen. With this greenhouse effect diminished, Earth's temperature plummeted. Glaciers spread from the poles to near the equator, covering almost the entire planet in ice, a condition scientists call snowball Earth. Life persisted through this extreme climate state, perhaps in isolated refugia where geothermal heat kept water liquid, or in regions where dark dust on the ice surface allowed enough solar heating to create meltwater. Eventually, volcanic activity built up carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, creating enough greenhouse warming to melt the global ice cover and swing Earth into an extreme hothouse climate. These dramatic climate oscillations would occur several more times over the next billion years, each one presenting an existential challenge to the simple life forms that inhabited Earth. Through all these challenges, some microbes survived and adapted. Some even learned to use oxygen to extract more energy from their food, a process we know as aerobic respiration. This metabolic innovation would prove crucial for the evolution of complex life, as it provides about 16 times more energy than anaerobic processes, enabling the maintenance of larger, more complex cell structures. The stage was now set for life's next great leap. With an oxygenated atmosphere and new metabolic pathways available, cells could grow larger and more complex. Around 1.7 billion years ago, a revolutionary event occurred. One cell engulfed another, but instead of digesting it, they formed a symbiotic relationship. The engulfed cell, a bacterium capable of using oxygen for energy production, became what we now call a mitochondrion, the powerhouse that provides energy in all complex cells. This was the birth of the eukaryotic cell, the building block of all complex life on Earth. This symbiotic merger was just the beginning. Other bacteria were incorporated into eukaryotic cells, becoming chloroplasts, the structures that perform photosynthesis in plants and algae. The eukaryotic cell also developed internal membranes that created specialized compartments for different cellular functions, a nucleus to house its DNA, and a cytoskeleton that allowed it to maintain complex shapes and even move independently. For another billion years, eukaryotes evolved and diversified, but remained single-celled. The history of life on Earth is primarily a history of microbes. If we compressed Earth's 4.5 billion-year history into a single day, complex multicellular life would only appear around 9:30 in the evening. During this long stretch of microbial dominance, life was not stagnant. Eukaryotic cells were becoming increasingly sophisticated. They developed sexual reproduction, which allowed for more rapid genetic innovation through the recombination of genes from different individuals. They evolved more complex internal structures. Some formed loose colonies, with cells living together but functioning largely independently. These colonies were the precursors to true multicellularity. Meanwhile, Earth itself continued to change. The continents drifted across the surface, colliding to form supercontinents, and then breaking apart again. One such supercontinent, Rodinia, formed around 1 billion years ago and began to break apart about 750 million years ago. This breakup triggered another series of global glaciations, more snowball Earth events that would again test life's resilience. Perhaps it was the extreme pressure of these glaciations that helped push life toward its next great innovation. When environmental conditions fluctuate wildly, organisms that can maintain their internal environment, what biologists call homeostasis, have an advantage. Larger, more complex organisms can maintain homeostasis more effectively than single cells exposed directly to the environment. Whatever the trigger, multicellularity evolved independently many times in Earth's history. Plants, animals, fungi, brown algae, and slime molds all developed multicellularity separately, each finding their own path to this new level of biological organization. That appearance came during a time we call the late Proterozoic era, around 700 million years ago. The first multicellular organisms were likely simple colonies of cells that gradually evolved specialized functions. Some cells gathered nutrients, others provided defense, others focused on reproduction. Over millions of generations, these colonies became integrated organisms. With cells that couldn't survive independently, true multicellular life had emerged. The earliest definitive animals appear in the fossil record around 570 million years ago, during a time known as the Ediacaran period. These early animals were strange by modern standards, unlike anything alive today. The Ediacaran biota included frond-like creatures that absorbed nutrients directly from the water, quilted organisms that lay flat on the seafloor, and puzzling forms that don't clearly fit into any modern animal group. Imagine walking along an ancient seafloor 580 million years ago. You would see Charnia, a frond-shaped organism anchored to the seabed, swaying gently with the currents. It had no mouth, no gut, no organs as we understand them. Nearby might be Dickinsonia, a flat, oval-shaped creature with a quilted appearance, perhaps creeping slowly across bacterial mats and absorbing nutrients through its underside. You might spot Kimberella, one of the more advanced Ediacaran animals, possibly an early mollusk relative, moving with a muscular foot and perhaps scraping food from the seafloor. These creatures represented life's first experiments with complex multicellularity, evolutionary paths not taken. Most left no descendants. They thrived in a world that was profoundly different from our own, a world of global oceans with low oxygen levels, no predators, and none of the complex ecological relationships that characterize modern ecosystems. Then, around 540 million years ago, one of the most remarkable events in Earth's history occurred: the Cambrian explosion. In a relatively short span of geological time, just 20 million years, a mere eye blink in Earth's history, almost all major animal body plans that exist today appeared in the fossil record. It was as if life suddenly discovered a vast array of new possibilities and rushed to explore them all at once. The Cambrian seas teemed with strange and wondrous creatures. Trilobites with their segmented bodies and compound eyes scuttled across the seafloor. They would become one of the most successful animal groups ever, persisting for nearly 300 million years and evolving over 20,000 known species. Anomalocaris, the first known large predator, swam through ancient oceans with its circular mouth, flexible lobes for swimming, and grasping appendages for capturing prey. It was the apex predator of its time, growing up to 1 meter in length, a monster by the standards of the early Cambrian. Worms developed the first primitive brains. Mollusks crafted the first shells. Hallucigenia walked on spiny legs with tentacles waving above its back, a creature so odd that scientists initially couldn't determine which way was up. Opabinia caught prey with its 5 eyes and flexible front appendage. Wiwaxia was covered in scales and spines for protection. The ancestors of starfish and sea urchins, of insects and crustaceans, of fish and eventually us, all emerged during this creative burst. What triggered this explosion of diversity? Scientists debate the causes, but several factors likely played a role. Oxygen levels had risen enough to support more active metabolisms and larger bodies. Calcium carbonate, used to build shells and skeletons, had become more available in seawater. Genetic toolkits for building complex body parts had evolved. And perhaps most importantly, the evolution of predation created an evolutionary arms race that drove the rapid development of shells, jaws, eyes, and speed. The Cambrian explosion also saw the evolution of the first vertebrates, animals with backbones. Pikaia, a small, eel-like creature, is often considered one of the earliest known chordates, the group that includes all vertebrates. It had a notochord, a flexible rod that provided structural support, a precursor to the vertebral column. Another early vertebrate, Hycuichthys, already showed the basic body plan that would characterize fish, with a distinct head, a fish-like body, and muscles arranged in segments along its length. These early vertebrates were small and likely fed on tiny particles suspended in the water. They lacked jaws and had no paired fins. But they possessed the fundamental innovations that would later allow vertebrates to become some of Earth's most successful animals: a backbone for support, a sophisticated nervous system, and an internal skeleton that could grow with the animal and provide attachment points for powerful muscles. Following the Cambrian explosion, life continued to evolve and diversify. The Ordovician period, from 485 to 440 million years ago, saw the rise of the first reef ecosystems, created primarily by animals called bryozoans and rugose corals. These reefs provided new habitats for a multitude of other creatures, increasing the complexity of marine ecosystems. Fish became more diverse during this time, but they still lacked jaws. These early fish, like the heavily armored Arandaspis or the unusual Sacabambaspis with its broad head shield, fed by filtering water or sucking up sediment, unable to bite or chew. The evolution of jaws, modified gill arches repurposed for feeding, was still in the future. The Ordovician period ended with a mass extinction, the first of the Big Five mass extinctions in Earth's history. A combination of global cooling, sea level decline, and declining oxygen levels in the deep oceans wiped out about 85% of marine species. Life would recover, but the composition of Earth's ecosystems would be forever changed. The Silurian period, from 440 to 420 million years ago, saw the evolution of the first jawed fish, a breakthrough that would revolutionize vertebrate evolution. Jaws allowed fish to become active predators, to crush protective shells, and to exploit food sources that were previously inaccessible. The earliest jawed fish, like Entelognathus, combined a placoderm armored fish body with a more modern jaw structure, showing the transition between older and newer vertebrate groups. Also during the Silurian, the first vascular plants began to colonize the land. For billions of years, the continents had been barren wastelands, perhaps with microbial mats in moist areas, but lacking complex life. The move onto land presented enormous challenges: desiccation, temperature fluctuations, increased exposure to ultraviolet radiation, and the need to support one's body against gravity without the buoyancy of water. Plants evolved solutions to all these problems: waxy cuticles to prevent water loss, specialized openings called stomata to allow gas exchange while minimizing water loss, specialized tissues to conduct water and nutrients, and rigid cell walls reinforced with lignin to provide structural support. The first land plants were small and simple, more like mosses than trees, growing in moist environments along the margins of water bodies. But they were pioneers, transforming barren rock into habitable environments and beginning the process of soil formation. They were followed onto land by arthropods, the ancestors of today's insects, spiders, and their relatives, who became the first animals to live entirely on land. These early terrestrial arthropods included millipede-like creatures that fed on plant matter and decomposing organic material, and early arachnids that may have been among the first land predators. Insects would not appear until later, but when they did, they would become the most diverse animal group on Earth. The Devonian period, from 420 to 360 million years ago, is often called the Age of Fishes, due to the remarkable diversification of fish during this time. Armored placoderms like Dunkleosteus, a fearsome predator that could grow to 6 meters in length, with a bite force rivaling that of modern crocodiles, dominated the oceans. Sharks and their relatives appeared and began to diversify. Bony fish split into 2 major lineages: the ray-finned fish that would become the dominant fish group in today's oceans, and the lobe-finned fish that would give rise to amphibians and eventually all terrestrial vertebrates. By 375 million years ago, some of these lobe-finned fish had evolved sturdy fins that could support their weight out of water. Tiktaalik, discovered in Arctic Canada, represents a transitional form between fish and the first 4-limbed vertebrates. It had gills and scales like a fish, but also had a mobile neck, primitive lungs, and fins with wrist-like joints and primitive digits, adaptations that would have allowed it to prop itself up in shallow water or even make short excursions onto land. These were the first tetrapods, 4-limbed vertebrates that would give rise to all amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals. Their transition from water to land represents one of the most significant evolutionary shifts in our planet's history, opening up the terrestrial environment to vertebrate life. The Carboniferous period, from 360 to 300 million years ago, saw the emergence of vast forests of giant ferns, horsetails, club mosses, and the first seed plants. Unlike modern forests dominated by flowering plants and conifers, these Carboniferous forests were largely composed of spore-bearing plants. Trees like Lepidodendron and Sigiaria could reach heights of 40 meters, creating the first forest canopies on Earth. These plants absorbed enormous amounts of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, eventually becoming the coal deposits that would fuel our own industrial revolution hundreds of millions of years later, a striking connection between ancient life and modern human civilization. The burial of so much carbon also increased oxygen levels in the atmosphere, reaching concentrations as high as 35% compared to today's 21%. Conifers and other gymnosperms, non-flowering seed plants, became increasingly important components of terrestrial ecosystems during the Permian. Unlike the spore-bearing plants that dominated the Carboniferous forests, these plants produced seeds, which contain a nutrient supply for the developing embryo and can remain dormant until conditions are favorable for germination. This adaptation allowed plants to spread into drier environments and to disperse more effectively. The end of the Permian period witnessed the most devastating mass extinction in Earth's history. Around 252 million years ago, intense volcanic activity in what is now Siberia began erupting massive amounts of lava, eventually covering an area larger than Western Europe, with basalt up to 3 kilometers thick. These eruptions released enormous quantities of carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere, triggering rapid global warming. Ocean temperatures increased by as much as 8 degrees Celsius. This warming reduced the solubility of oxygen in seawater, creating vast oxygen-depleted dead zones. The volcanoes also released sulfur dioxide, which caused acid rain, and large quantities of mercury, a powerful neurotoxin. The results were catastrophic. Marine ecosystems collapsed as over 96% of marine species disappeared. Reef ecosystems were particularly hard hit and would not recover for 10 million years. On land, around 70% of vertebrate species and up to 90% of insect species vanished. The dominant synapsids were decimated, though a few lineages survived to eventually give rise to mammals. Forests died on a global scale, and coal formation ceased for millions of years, evidence of a prolonged loss of plant life. Life came closer to complete extinction during this event than at any other time in Earth's history. The recovery from this catastrophe was slow, taking 5 to 8 million years, much longer than the recovery from other mass extinctions. The world that emerged was fundamentally different from the one that came before. The synapsids, previously dominant, were largely replaced by a different group of amniotes, the archosaurs. This group includes the living crocodilians and birds, but also encompassed the extinct pterosaurs, dinosaurs, and many other distinctive Mesozoic reptiles, event than at any other time in Earth's history. But life persisted and recovered. The aftermath of this catastrophe saw the rise of the dinosaurs. For 165 million years, nearly twice as long as the time that separates us from them, dinosaurs dominated Earth's terrestrial ecosystems. They evolved into an astonishing variety of forms, from the massive Argentinosaurus, possibly the largest land animal ever to have lived, to the crow-sized Microraptor with 4 wings. Mammals existed alongside dinosaurs throughout this long reign, but remained small and primarily nocturnal. They were the underdogs of their time, living in the shadows of their more dominant reptilian cousins. Their time would come, but not until after another catastrophe. 66 million years ago, an asteroid approximately 6 miles in diameter struck Earth near what is now the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. The impact released energy equivalent to tens of billions of nuclear bombs, causing tsunamis, wildfires, and sending enough dust and debris into the atmosphere to block sunlight for months or years. When the dust settled, all non-avian dinosaurs were extinct, along with approximately 75% of all species on Earth. This calamity created opportunity for the survivors. With dinosaurs gone, mammals rapidly diversified to fill vacant ecological niches. By 60 million years ago, the ancestors of most modern mammal groups had appeared. Primates emerged around 55 million years ago, adapting to life in the trees with forward-facing eyes, grasping hands, and increasingly complex brains. The lineage that would lead to humans diverged from other apes around 7 million years ago in Africa. Our earliest ancestors were bipedal, but still retained many ape-like features. Over millions of years, their brains grew larger, their tools more sophisticated, and their social structures more complex. Homo sapiens, our species, appeared around 300,000 years ago. The entirety of recorded human history represents less than 10,000 of those years, a mere 3% of our species' existence. When we look at this vast timeline, several things become clear. First, life is resilient. Despite multiple mass extinctions, including events that killed more than 90% of all species, life has persisted and diversified. Second, evolution has no predetermined direction. Dinosaurs did not evolve to be replaced by superior mammals. They were thriving until an asteroid redirected Earth's biological history. And third, our own existence is contingent upon countless evolutionary events and environmental changes stretching back billions of years. But this timeline also reveals something else, something central to our exploration of the Silurian hypothesis. It shows us that Earth has had billions of years of biological evolution, with complex animals present for at least 600 million years. Intelligence has evolved independently multiple times, in cephalopods like octopuses, in birds like corvids, in mammals like primates, elephants, and cetaceans. Given this vast expanse of time and the repeated evolution of intelligence, a provocative question emerges: why couldn't technological civilization have evolved before humans? Dinosaurs ruled Earth for 165 million years, far longer than the entire existence of primates. Could an intelligent dinosaur species have emerged at some point during this long reign? What about during the early Cenozoic era, in the 66 million years between the dinosaurs' extinction and our appearance? Or even earlier, during the hundreds of millions of years when strange creatures populated the Paleozoic seas? The fossil record captures only a tiny fraction of past life. Fossilization requires specific conditions and occurs only rarely. Scientists estimate that less than 1% of all species that have ever lived have been preserved as fossils, and we've discovered only a fraction of those. This means there are enormous gaps in our knowledge of life's history, gaps large enough to hide entire species, even entire evolutionary lineages. Could one of those missing lineages have developed intelligence comparable to our own? Could they have built a civilization? Could they have developed technology? And if they did, would any evidence remain for us to find after millions of years? These are the questions at the heart of the Silurian hypothesis. They ask us to consider not just what we know about Earth's past, but what we cannot know, and how we might search for signs of intelligence in Earth's deep history, despite these limitations. As we continue our exploration, remember the immensity of time we're considering. Humanity's industrial civilization spans just 200 years out of Earth's 4.5 billion-year history. We are newcomers on an ancient stage, and if we are not the first technological species to evolve on Earth, we would have to look very carefully indeed to find traces of those who came before us. In 2018, two scientists published a paper that would spark widespread fascination and debate. Gavin Schmidt, a climate scientist and director of the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies, and Adam Frank, an astrophysicist and astrobiologist at the University of Rochester, posed a question that seems lifted from science fiction, but warrants serious scientific consideration. What if humans are not the first technological civilization to have emerged on Earth? Their paper, titled The Silurian Hypothesis, would it be possible to detect an industrial civilization in the geological record, appeared in the International Journal of Astrobiology. It was named, with a nod to popular culture, after a fictional race of intelligent reptiles from the British science fiction series Doctor Who. In the show, the Silurians were an advanced species that ruled Earth before humans, but retreated underground when threatened by a cosmic catastrophe, only to awaken millions of years later to find their planet claimed by a new species, us. Schmidt and Frank were not suggesting that reptilian humanoids once built cities on Earth. Instead, they were asking a more nuanced and scientifically grounded question. If an industrial civilization similar to our own had existed in the deep past, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years ago, would we be able to detect evidence of it today? This is not a whimsical question. It touches on fundamental aspects of geology, paleontology, atmospheric science, and our understanding of how human activities are changing Earth's systems. It also holds implications for how we might search for signs of technological civilizations on other worlds, an increasingly important question as our search for extraterrestrial life intensifies. To understand the Silurian hypothesis, we must first clarify what it is and what it is not. The hypothesis does not claim that an ancient technological civilization definitely existed on Earth. It does not involve aliens, time travelers, or supernatural explanations. It makes no claims about who these hypothetical predecessors might have been, whether evolved from dinosaurs, primates, or some other lineage entirely. It simply asks, could we detect the remains of an industrial civilization after many millions of years have passed? And what markers should we look for? Schmidt and Frank came to this question through a surprising route. They were not fringe theorists looking to overturn established science. Both are respected researchers with extensive publication records in peer-reviewed journals. Frank was working on questions related to the Fermi paradox, the apparent contradiction between the high probability of extraterrestrial civilizations existing and the lack of contact with such civilizations. Schmidt was researching the geological signatures of the Anthropocene, the proposed epoch defined by humanity's significant impact on Earth's geology and ecosystems. During a chance meeting, they began discussing how future scientists might detect evidence of human civilization if they were examining Earth's rocks tens of millions of years from now. This led to the inverse question: how would we know if a previous industrial civilization had existed on Earth millions of years ago? The Silurian hypothesis forces us to consider the long-term consequences of our civilization's impact on the planet, explains Frank. It also raises questions about the detectability of industrial civilizations in general, not just on Earth but potentially on other planets. This has important implications for astrobiology and our search for extraterrestrial intelligence. When considering the possibility of a pre-human technological civilization on Earth, the time frame is crucial. Human civilization is extremely recent on geological timescales. Our species, Homo sapiens, has existed for only about 300,000 years, a mere 0.007% of Earth's history. Agriculture began just 12,000 years ago, and industrial civilization is only about 200 years old. Before humans, Earth was home to countless other species, many of which had hundreds of millions of years to potentially evolve intelligence. Dinosaurs ruled Earth for approximately 165 million years, over 800 times longer than the entire span of human civilization. Mammals have been the dominant land vertebrates for 66 million years. Even primates have existed for about 55 million years, giving our distant relatives far more time to potentially develop technology than we've had. According to Schmidt and Frank, the most likely time period for a pre-human industrial civilization would be during the mid-Cenozoic era, perhaps during the Paleocene or Eocene epochs, between 66 and 34 million years ago. This period saw the rise and diversification of mammals following the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. It would have provided enough time for complex intelligence to evolve, but is recent enough that some evidence might still be detectable. However, they also acknowledge that a technological species could theoretically have evolved at any point after complex multicellular life became well established, perhaps as far back as the early Paleozoic era, over 500 million years ago. Could a technological civilization have evolved from non-human animals? The answer, according to evolutionary biologists, is a qualified yes. Intelligence has evolved independently multiple times on Earth. Corvids, cephalopods, cetaceans, and great apes all show remarkable problem-solving abilities, tool use, cultural learning, and in some cases, rudimentary language skills. These examples demonstrate that intelligence offers evolutionary advantages in diverse environments and can develop along different pathways. One intriguing candidate often suggested for an alternative intelligent species is the troodontids, a group of small, bird-like dinosaurs with large brains relative to their body size. Some species of troodontids had a brain-to-body mass ratio comparable to that of modern birds, which includes some highly intelligent species. With grasping hands, binocular vision, and a brain built for processing complex sensory information, these dinosaurs had some of the prerequisites that might allow for the evolution of higher intelligence. If the asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs had never happened, it's conceivable that troodontids might have continued to evolve larger brains and more complex behavior, notes paleontologist Darren Naish, though he cautions that there's no evidence they were on an evolutionary trajectory toward human-like intelligence before their extinction. Another candidate sometimes proposed is the corvids, the family of birds that includes crows, ravens, and jays. These birds show remarkable intelligence, with some species fashioning tools, solving complex problems, and even recognizing human faces. The New Caledonian crow, in particular, crafts tools of remarkable sophistication and passes this knowledge to its offspring through cultural learning. Corvids demonstrate that significant intelligence can evolve in a brain structured very differently from our own, explains cognitive scientist Nicola Clayton of the University of Cambridge. Intelligence is not a linear scale with humans at the top, but rather different types of intelligence that evolve to solve specific environmental challenges. Some have suggested that cetaceans, whales, and dolphins could have developed a technological civilization had circumstances been different. These marine mammals have large, complex brains, sophisticated social structures, and forms of communication that may constitute language. However, their aquatic lifestyle presents obvious barriers to developing technologies such as metallurgy that require fire. The question becomes more intriguing when we consider extinct mammals. Primates like the Notharctus, which lived about 50 million years ago, had forward-facing eyes and grasping hands, physical traits that proved important in human evolution. Ancient proboscideans, relatives of elephants, had manipulative trunks and show evidence of complex social behavior in the fossil record. Might any of these lineages have evolved greater intelligence had circumstances been different? Evolution doesn't have a predetermined direction, cautions paleontologist Steve Broussat of the University of Edinburgh. There's nothing inevitable about the evolution of human-like intelligence. It happened once with us, but that doesn't mean it was bound to happen or likely to happen again. Indeed, intelligence of the type that leads to technology is just one of many successful evolutionary strategies. For most of Earth's history, dinosaurs dominated without developing technology. Today, the most successful animals by many measures are insects, which rely on different adaptations entirely. Intelligence, particularly the energy-intensive, large-brained variety that characterizes humans, comes with significant biological costs that make it advantageous only under specific circumstances. This brings us to a key question of the Silurian hypothesis. If an industrial civilization had existed millions of years ago, what evidence might remain for us to find today? The oldest human artifacts are stone tools dating back about 3.3 million years, notes archaeologist Shanti Papu of the Sharma Center for Heritage Education. Beyond that, we have only fossil evidence. The further back in time we go, the harder it is to find traces of any species, let alone evidence of their behavior. Conventional archaeological evidence, buildings, tools, written records, would almost certainly not survive tens of millions of years of geological processes. Stone tools might last a few million years under ideal conditions, but beyond that, the constant recycling of Earth's crust through plate tectonics, erosion, and deposition would have erased such evidence. The oldest intact rock formations on Earth are about 4 billion years old, but they are extremely rare, explains geologist Marcia Bjornerud of Lawrence University. Most of Earth's surface is geologically young, having been recycled through plate tectonics. The seafloor, for instance, is nowhere older than about 200 million years. Cities, roads, dams, and other large structures would fare no better over geological timescales. New York City, with all its concrete and steel, would leave few recognizable traces after 50 million years of erosion, burial, and tectonic activity. Even massive structures like the Egyptian pyramids or the Great Wall of China would likely be completely obliterated by natural processes over such vast time periods. Mountains rise and fall, continents drift, and sea levels rise and fall over geological time. Notes Bjornerud, these processes would erase most physical evidence of a civilization. The geological record is remarkably efficient at erasing its own history. Given these limitations, Schmidt and Frank argue that we should look not for artifacts, but for more subtle geological and geochemical signatures, changes to Earth's systems that might persist even after physical structures have disappeared. Human industrial activity is changing the chemical composition of the atmosphere, oceans, and sediments, explains Schmidt. Some of these changes will leave detectable signals in the rock record that will persist for millions of years. If a previous civilization had similar impacts, we might find evidence in the form of unusual chemical or isotopic signatures in ancient rocks. This approach shifts the search from traditional archaeology to what might be called chemical archaeology, looking for the geological fingerprints of industrial processes rather than for artifacts or fossils of the proteus species responsible. What specific signatures might an industrial civilization leave in the geological record? Schmidt and Frank identify several possibilities, drawn from our understanding of how human activities are changing Earth today. First, the extraction and use of fossil fuels leaves distinctive chemical signatures. When we burn coal, oil, and natural gas, we release carbon that has been sequestered underground for millions of years. This carbon has a different isotopic composition than carbon in the active surface cycle, because radioactive carbon-14 has decayed away in these ancient deposits. By burning fossil fuels, we're changing the ratio of carbon isotopes in the atmosphere, a change that will be recorded in sediments forming today. If we found a similar shift in carbon isotope ratios in ancient rocks, particularly if it happened rapidly on geological timescales, it might indicate the combustion of fossil fuels by a previous civilization, suggests Schmidt. Second, the use of metals and rare elements could leave detectable traces. Human technology concentrates certain elements that are normally dispersed in Earth's crust. For example, gadolinium, used in electronics and medical imaging, is now showing up in river sediments at levels above natural background. Platinum, iridium, and other rare metals used in industrial processes might form similar anomalous deposits that could persist in the geological record. Elements like platinum don't disappear, they get redistributed, explains Frank. A technologically advanced civilization might create unusual concentrations of certain elements that could be detected millions of years later, especially if these elements aren't easily mobilized by natural processes. Third, synthetic chemicals could leave long-lasting traces. Some human-made molecules, such as certain plastics and per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, are extremely resistant to natural degradation. While individual plastic items might not last millions of years, the chemical components could leave signatures in sedimentary rocks. Fourth, nuclear activity produces radioactive isotopes that don't occur naturally or occur in different ratios than those produced by natural processes. A previous civilization that harnessed nuclear energy might have left traces of these unusual isotopes, particularly plutonium, with specific isotopic ratios that indicate it was produced in a reactor rather than by natural processes. Fifth, changes to the biosphere could be detected in the fossil record. Human agriculture and urbanization are causing mass extinction and changes to the global distribution of species. Similar patterns in the fossil record might indicate the presence of a civilization that significantly modified ecosystems. Sixth, climate change induced by industrial activity could leave geological evidence. Human-induced warming is changing patterns of sedimentation, glacier coverage, sea level, and ocean chemistry. Similar rapid changes in the geological past, if they cannot be explained by natural processes like volcanic activity or changes in Earth's orbit, might potentially indicate anthropogenic causes. What we're really talking about is a distinctive layer in the rocks, with unusual chemical compositions, isotope ratios, mineral types, or fossil patterns that stand out from layers above and below, explains Frank. Similar to how we can identify the iridium-rich layer associated with the asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs. One period that has attracted particular interest under the lens of the Silurian hypothesis is the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, PETM, which occurred about 56 million years ago. During this event, global temperatures rose by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius over a period of about 20,000 years, rapidly in geological terms, though still much slower than current human-induced warming. The PETM was accompanied by a significant negative carbon isotope excursion, meaning there was a shift toward lighter carbon isotopes in the atmosphere. This pattern is consistent with the release of a large amount of carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere, similar to what's happening today due to human activities, though natural explanations involving volcanic activity or methane hydrate destabilization are generally favored by scientists. The PETM is interesting because it shows some similarities to current climate change, though at a much slower rate, notes paleoclimatologist Matthew Huber of Purdue University. It's almost certainly not caused by an industrial civilization, but it illustrates how we might identify similar events in the rock record. Schmidt and Frank are careful to emphasize that they are not claiming the PETM or any other known geological event was caused by a pre-human civilization. They are simply using it as an example of the kind of evidence we might look for and the challenges of distinguishing between natural and potentially technological causes. Here we arrive at a critical limitation of the Silurian hypothesis, the problem of disambiguation. How do we distinguish between geological or chemical signatures that might be created by a civilization and those produced by natural processes? This is perhaps the biggest challenge, admits Schmidt. Many of the signatures we've identified could also be produced by natural phenomena. A carbon isotope excursion could be caused by volcanic activity. Unusual metal concentrations could result from meteorite impacts or unique geological processes. We need multiple, convergent lines of evidence to make a convincing case for a previous industrial civilization. This disambiguation problem becomes increasingly difficult the further back in time we look. The older the rocks, the more they have been subjected to metamorphism, erosion, and other processes that can obscure or alter chemical signatures. Additionally, our knowledge of Earth's ancient history is limited by the fragmentary nature of the geological record. Many time periods are poorly represented in accessible rock formations. It's like trying to reconstruct a book when 99% of the pages have been destroyed, and many of the remaining pages have been partially erased and written over, explains Bjornerud. The further back we go, the more pages are missing. Considering these challenges, could evidence of a pre-human technological civilization have been missed by scientists? According to Schmidt and Frank, it's possible but unlikely that obvious evidence would have been overlooked. Geologists have extensively studied many of the rock formations spanning the last few 100 million years, notes Schmidt. Major anomalies tend to attract scientific attention. That said, no one has specifically been looking for the signatures of an industrial civilization, so subtle evidence might have been overlooked or misinterpreted. Frank adds, "We're not saying there definitely was a previous industrial civilization on Earth. In fact, given the evidence so far, it seems unlikely. But the exercise of thinking about how we would detect such a civilization is valuable for understanding both Earth's history and how we might search for technological civilizations on other planets." The Silurian hypothesis connects to broader questions in astrobiology, the study of life in the universe. As we search for evidence of life on other planets, we must consider not just what biological signatures might look like, but also what technological signatures might persist over long time periods. When we look at planets around other stars, we're often seeing them as they were millions of years ago due to the time it takes light to travel across space, explains Frank. If a technological civilization arose and then disappeared on one of these planets, what signatures might be detectable across interstellar distances? This question has given rise to the field of technosignatures, the study of observable evidence that would indicate the presence of technological activity. Most searches for extraterrestrial intelligence focus on radio signals, but these would only be detectable while actively being broadcast. Chemical traces of industrial activity might persist much longer and could be detectable through spectroscopic analysis of a planet's atmosphere or surface. The Silurian hypothesis helps us think about the longevity and detectability of different technological signatures, notes astronomer Jason Wright of Pennsylvania State University. This is valuable for SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, because it forces us to consider a wide range of potential evidence beyond just active communication attempts. The hypothesis also intersects with discussions about the Fermi paradox, the apparent contradiction between the high probability of extraterrestrial civilizations existing and the lack of evidence for, or contact with, such civilizations. One proposed resolution to the Fermi paradox is the Great Filter hypothesis, which suggests that there might be some barrier that prevents technological civilizations from achieving long-term sustainability and interstellar expansion. If most technological civilizations have relatively short lifespans on geological timescales, perhaps due to resource depletion, environmental collapse, or other factors, then we might expect to find evidence of extinct civilizations rather than active ones. If industrial civilizations tend to collapse after a few hundred or thousand years due to their environmental impacts, as some have suggested might happen to our own, then the geological record of multiple planets might contain evidence of these brief technological periods, suggests Frank. The Silurian hypothesis provides a framework for thinking about how we might recognize such evidence. This brings us to perhaps the most profound implication of the Silurian hypothesis. It challenges us to reconsider our place in Earth's history and our relationship with the planet. Human civilization has existed for the briefest moment in geological time. Even if we persist for thousands or millions of years more, we will still occupy only a small fraction of Earth's long history. The hypothesis reminds us that Earth has a deep past that extends far beyond human experience, and presumably a long future that will continue after we are gone. Thinking about a pre-human civilization helps us see our own civilization from the outside, as just one possible expression of intelligence on this planet, rather than the inevitable culmination of evolution, reflects Frank. It's a humbling perspective that might help us make wiser choices about our relationship with Earth's systems. The hypothesis also highlights the impermanence of our own achievements. The monuments, cities, and artifacts we create will likely be erased by geological processes over tens of millions of years. Even the broader chemical and isotopic signatures of our industrial activity will eventually be obscured as Earth's systems continue to evolve and change. This perspective invites us to reflect on what truly matters in the long arc of cosmic time. For Schmidt and Frank, the value of the Silurian hypothesis lies not in suggesting that there definitely was a previous technological civilization on Earth, but in expanding our thinking about how we interact with Earth and how we might search for evidence of technology in the broader universe. We aren't claiming that there was a pre-human industrial civilization, emphasizes Schmidt. We're asking how we would know if there had been one and what traces it might have left. This thought experiment helps us understand the impact and detectability of our own civilization in the long term and may inform our search for technological activity beyond Earth. As we continue to explore Earth's deep history and search for life elsewhere in the universe, the questions raised by the Silurian hypothesis will remain relevant. Could there have been previous technological species on Earth whose traces have been erased by time? How might we distinguish between natural processes and the residues of ancient technology? And what does our own technological activity mean in the vast context of geological time? The answers may lie hidden in ancient rocks, waiting for us to ask the right questions with the right tools. Or perhaps Earth has always been, until recently, a planet where life flourished but technology never emerged. Either way, the Silurian hypothesis encourages us to look at our planet's history with fresh eyes, seeking not just the fossils of ancient organisms but also the subtler signatures that might reveal the presence of ancient minds that, like our own, sought to understand and reshape their world. Every day, human civilization imprints itself upon the earth. We build structures that reach toward the sky. We excavate vast mines that delve deep into the crust. We reshape coastlines, redirect rivers, and replumb the hydrological systems of entire continents. We synthesize materials never before seen in nature and spread them across the planet. We alter the chemistry of the atmosphere and oceans, and we redistribute species, elements, and energy on a global scale. These activities leave traces, signatures of our technological presence that vary in their nature, extent, and persistence. Some are highly visible but ephemeral, others are subtle but may last for millions of years. If we are to consider the Silurian hypothesis seriously, we must first understand what traces our own civilization leaves behind, as these provide the template for what we might look for from any previous technological species. Modern human civilization creates a vast array of signatures, explains archaeologist Sarah Parcak of the University of Alabama at Birmingham, known for her pioneering work using satellite imagery to identify archaeological sites. From physical structures like buildings and roads to chemical signatures in soil and ice cores, we're constantly writing our presence into Earth's systems. The question is, which of these signatures would still be detectable after millions of years? To answer this question, we need to distinguish between different types of traces and consider their durability on various timescales. Archaeologists and geologists typically categorize the evidence of human activity into several types, each with different preservation potential. The most obvious traces of human civilization are our physical artifacts and structures, the buildings, roads, bridges, dams, and other infrastructure that define our built environment. These range from small, personal objects like tools and utensils to massive engineering projects visible from space, such as China's Three Gorges Dam or the artificial islands of Dubai. Humans have moved more sediment and rock than all of Earth's rivers combined, notes geologist Jan Zalasiewicz of the University of Leicester, who studies the geological impact of human activities. We've created new rock types like concrete, which now outweighs the carbon in all the trees on the planet. We've manufactured enough plastic to wrap the Earth in a thin film. These physical alterations are unprecedented in Earth's history. But how long would these physical traces last? The answer depends on the materials involved, their location, and the geological processes acting upon them. Most modern buildings are constructed from materials like concrete, steel, glass, and various polymers. While durable on human timescales, these materials degrade over geological time. Concrete cracks and crumbles as water infiltrates it, and temperatures cycle between freezing and thawing. Steel rusts when exposed to oxygen and water. Glass, though more stable, eventually devitrifies or breaks down into its component minerals. Polymers, from common plastics to advanced composites, gradually decompose under the influence of ultraviolet radiation, microorganisms, and chemical reactions. Even our most durable structures would be unrecognizable after a few million years, explains Zalasiewicz. The pyramids of Giza, among the most massive and durable human constructions, show significant weathering after just 4,500 years. Given millions of years, even these monuments would erode away completely or be buried under sediment. Location plays a crucial role in preservation. Structures in tectonically active areas may be destroyed by earthquakes, volcanoes, or subduction into Earth's mantle. Those in coastal regions face erosion from waves and rising sea levels. Structures in humid environments deteriorate faster due to accelerated chemical weathering and biological activity. Even in arid regions where weathering is slower, wind erosion gradually wears down exposed surfaces, and occasional floods can cause catastrophic damage. Some human artifacts might have better preservation potential. Objects buried in stable geological settings, such as deep caves, bogs, or rapidly accumulating sediments, could potentially survive for millions of years if they avoid disturbance by later geological processes. However, such preservation would be exceptional rather than the norm. The archaeological record is inherently incomplete, notes Parcak. What survives to be discovered is a tiny fraction of what once existed, and this bias towards certain materials and environments shapes our understanding of past civilizations. The further back we go, the more fragmentary the record becomes. If physical artifacts have limited preservation potential over millions of years, what about more subtle traces? Modern human civilization produces a wide range of chemical signatures that may prove more durable than our physical structures. Perhaps the most pervasive chemical signature of industrial civilization is the increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide and methane, resulting from fossil fuel combustion, concrete production, and agricultural activities. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution around 1780, atmospheric carbon dioxide has increased from approximately 280 parts per million to over 415 parts per million today, a level not seen in at least 3 million years. This increase in greenhouse gases is recorded not just in the atmosphere, but also in tree rings, coral skeletons, lake and ocean sediments, and ice cores. The carbon released from fossil fuels has a distinct isotopic signature. It is depleted in carbon-13 relative to carbon-12 and contains no carbon-14, which has a half-life of about 5,700 years and thus has decayed away in ancient deposits. This isotopic shift is being incorporated into new sedimentary rocks forming today, creating a chemical signature that could potentially be detected millions of years in the future. The carbon isotope excursion we're creating now will be preserved in the rock record, explains paleoclimatologist Caitlin Keating-Young of Syracuse University. It's rapid and significant enough to stand out from natural variations, especially if examined at high resolution. Future geologists, or a hypothetical previous civilization looking at our remains, would recognize it as anomalous and potentially search for its cause. Beyond carbon, human industrial activities are leaving other isotopic signatures. Nuclear weapons testing in the 1950s and 60s released distinct isotopes of elements like plutonium, cesium, and strontium that were previously rare or absent in Earth's surface environment. These radionuclides have been incorporated into sediments, soils, and even the skeleton and teeth of organisms living during this period. Plutonium-239 has a half-life of 24,000 years, notes geochemist Francienne Peters of Utrecht University. It will remain detectable for hundreds of thousands of years, not millions, but still a significant period. Other isotopes produced by nuclear processes have different half-lives, creating a suite of signatures with varying persistence. Modern civilization also redistributes naturally occurring elements in ways that create anomalous concentrations. Mining and refining activities extract metals like copper, zinc, lead, and mercury from diffuse ore deposits and concentrate them in specific locations. When released into the environment through industrial processes, these metals create distinctive pollution signatures in sediments, soils, and ice cores. Lead is a particularly good example, explains environmental scientist Dominic Weiss of Imperial College London. The extraction and use of lead in everything from Roman plumbing to modern electronics and leaded gasoline has created a global signature of lead contamination. In polar ice cores, you can clearly see spikes corresponding to Greek and Roman mining, the Industrial Revolution, and the 20th century use of leaded gasoline. Similar patterns exist for other metals and elements used in industrial processes. Rare earth elements used in electronics, platinum group metals used in catalytic converters, and even gold and silver from mining operations create anomalous concentrations that wouldn't occur through natural processes. These elemental signatures can be preserved in sediments and eventually in sedimentary rocks. The geochemical fingerprint of the Anthropocene is unprecedented, notes geochemist Agnieszka Gałuszka of Jan Kochanowski University. We're creating anomalous concentrations of elements that will be detectable in the geological record for millions of years, even after our physical structures have disappeared. Perhaps the most distinctive chemical signatures of modern civilization are synthetic compounds that do not occur naturally. Since the early 20th century, chemists have created thousands of novel molecules, from simple compounds like chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, to complex polymers and pharmaceutical compounds. Many of these synthetic chemicals are highly resistant to natural degradation processes. Plastics represent the most abundant class of synthetic materials, with global production exceeding 380 million tons annually. While individual plastic items may break down into smaller particles through mechanical weathering and photodegradation, the polymers themselves can persist for centuries or millennia. Some types, like polyethylene terephthalate, PET, and polystyrene, may last even longer under certain conditions. We're creating a new geological stratum of plastics, explains marine biologist Chelsea Rochman of the University of Toronto. Microplastics are now found everywhere, in deep-sea sediments, in Arctic ice cores, on remote mountaintops. They're being incorporated into sedimentary rocks forming today, creating what some have called a plastiglomerate, a new type of rock containing plastic particles. Other synthetic compounds may leave even longer-lasting signatures. Perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, used in everything from non-stick cookware to firefighting foam, are known as forever chemicals due to their extreme persistence. With carbon-fluorine bonds that are among the strongest in organic chemistry, some PFAS compounds show no evidence of degradation under natural conditions and may persist for thousands or even millions of years. These compounds have no natural analogues, notes environmental chemist Ian Cousins of Stockholm University. Their presence in the geological record would be a clear indicator of technological activity. If we found similar compounds in ancient rocks, it would be strong evidence for a previous industrial civilization. Beyond direct chemical alterations, human civilization is also leaving biological signatures that could persist in the fossil record. The most profound of these is the ongoing mass extinction event, with current extinction rates estimated to be hundreds to thousands of times higher than the background rate. Species disappearances, especially when concentrated in a short geological time period, create a distinctive pattern in the fossil record. Previous mass extinctions are clearly visible in the fossil record, explains paleontologist David Jablonski of the University of Chicago. The current extinction event, if it continues on its present trajectory, would create a similar pattern, a sharp decline in diversity across multiple taxonomic groups, followed by a recovery period dominated by different species. This would be detectable millions of years later. Humans have also dramatically altered the global distribution of species, introducing organisms to environments where they would never naturally occur. From European earthworms in North American forests to Australian eucalyptus trees in California, these biological relocations create unusual associations in the fossil record. If future paleontologists found fossils of African lions alongside kangaroos in Australian deposits dating to the 21st century, they would immediately recognize something unusual had occurred, notes Jablonski. Similarly, if we found equally anomalous fossil associations from the distant past, it might suggest deliberate species translocation by an intelligent agent. Perhaps the most distinctive biological signature of the Anthropocene is the global dominance of domestic animals. Humans have increased the biomass of domestic livestock to unprecedented levels. The mass of domestic chickens alone now exceeds that of all wild birds combined. These animals have distinctive morphologies resulting from artificial selection, creating unusual patterns in the fossil record. The modern chicken is an entirely human-created species, explains archaeologist Naomi Sykes of the University of Exeter. Its bone structure, growth rate, and size distribution are unlike any natural bird population. Similar patterns in fossil assemblages could indicate artificial selection by an intelligent species. Agriculture has also transformed Earth's surface, with over 40% of ice-free land now dedicated to crops and pasture. These landscape changes alter erosion patterns, soil chemistry, and sedimentation rates, creating geological signatures that differ from those of natural ecosystems. Agricultural soils have distinctive properties, altered mineral compositions, carbon content, and microfossil assemblages, explains soil scientist Daniel Richter of Duke University. These properties can be preserved when soils are buried and become part of the geological record, potentially providing evidence of large-scale ecosystem management. Beyond chemical and biological signatures, human industrial activities also leave physical traces that don't fit into the category of artifacts or structures. These include modifications to Earth's surface that may persist long after our buildings have crumbled. Mining is perhaps the most visible of these activities. Humans have excavated more than 500 billion tons of material through mining operations, creating vast open pits, tunnel systems, and waste rock piles. The Bingham Canyon mine in Utah, for example, is 2.7 miles wide and more than half a mile deep, large enough to be visible from space and potentially recognizable as an artificial structure for millions of years, even after weathering has softened its edges. Large-scale mining operations create distinctive topographical features and rock assemblages that wouldn't form through natural processes, explains economic geologist Sarah Gleason of GFZ German Research Center for Geosciences. The combination of excavated depressions, waste rock with sharp angular fragments, and associated mineral processing residues creates a geological fingerprint of resource extraction. Dams and reservoirs represent another class of physical alterations with geological significance. Large dams trap sediment that would otherwise flow downstream, creating distinctive depositional patterns. When reservoirs eventually fill with sediment, as all will over geological timescales, they leave behind anomalous sedimentary formations that wouldn't occur naturally. The Three Gorges Dam is trapping about 70% of the sediment that would normally flow down the Yangtze River, notes geomorphologist James Savitsky of the University of Colorado Boulder. This creates a distinctive sedimentary signature both upstream and downstream that could potentially be recognized millions of years later as an engineered rather than natural feature. Even our cities, while the structures themselves may not survive, could leave long-lasting geological signatures. Urban areas create distinctive patterns of sedimentation, mineral assemblages, and trace element distributions that differ from natural environments. When buried and preserved, these urban soils, or anthrosols, may retain recognizable characteristics for millions of years. Urban soils contain unusual mixtures of materials, construction debris, industrial waste, household garbage, that create distinctive profiles, explains urban geologist David Wilkinson of Liverpool John Moores University. They typically contain elevated levels of certain metals, synthetic minerals, and anthropogenic particles that wouldn't occur together naturally. The combined impact of these various signatures, chemical, biological, and physical, creates what geologists call the technosphere, the sum total of human technological artifacts and their effects on Earth's systems. The technosphere represents a fundamental alteration of Earth's surface environment, comparable in scale to major natural systems like the biosphere or hydrosphere. The technosphere currently weighs around 30 trillion tons, more than 1,000 times the biomass of all humans, notes Zalasiewicz. It's growing at a rate of about 5% per year. Nothing like this has existed previously in Earth's history, as far as we can tell. If a similar technosphere had developed in the geological past, it would have left detectable traces. But would it? Here we return to the central question of the Silurian hypothesis. How long would these various signatures persist? And would they be recognizable after tens or hundreds of millions of years? For physical structures and artifacts, the answer is generally no, at least not in recognizable form. Erosion, weathering, diagenesis, the transformation of sediments into rock, metamorphism, the alteration of rocks by heat and pressure, and plate tectonics would likely erase or transform most physical evidence beyond recognition over such vast time periods. There's a reason we don't find fossils of dinosaur civilizations, notes paleontologist Steve Broussat of the University of Edinburgh. If intelligent dinosaurs had built cities, written books, or manufactured plastics, erosion and geological processes would have destroyed almost all evidence over 66 million years. Chemical signatures might fare better, particularly if they entered the sedimentary record in stable geological environments. Carbon isotope excursions, for example, can be detected in rocks hundreds of millions of years old. Unusual concentrations of metals or other elements can similarly persist if they're incorporated into sedimentary rocks that avoid subsequent metamorphism. If you're looking for evidence of a civilization tens or hundreds of millions of years old, geochemical anomalies are your best bet, suggests geochemist Dominic Weiss. Unusual isotope ratios or element concentrations that can't be explained by known natural processes might be the fingerprints of ancient industrial activity. Biological signatures, extinctions, unusual species distributions, or evidence of artificial selection might also persist in the fossil record, though interpreting them as evidence of intelligent intervention would be challenging without supporting evidence. Mass extinctions are clearly visible in the fossil record, but their causes are often debated even with extensive research, notes David Jablonski. If a previous technological civilization triggered an extinction event similar to the one we're causing now, we might be able to detect the event, but would struggle to attribute it to technological activity without additional evidence. The question of disambiguation, distinguishing between natural processes and technological activities becomes increasingly difficult the further back in time we look. Many of the signatures that would seem clearly anthropogenic in recent deposits might have alternative explanations when found in ancient rocks. Carbon isotope excursions occur naturally due to massive volcanic eruptions, changes in ocean circulation, or the release of methane hydrates, explains Caitlin Keating-Young. Unusual metal concentrations can result from meteorite impacts or unique weathering conditions. The challenge isn't just finding anomalies, but conclusively linking them to technological activity. This disambiguation problem is compounded by the fragmentary nature of the geological record. Only a small fraction of Earth's history is preserved in accessible rock formations, with many time periods represented by gaps rather than continuous deposition. This makes it difficult to establish the rate of change for potential technological signatures, a key factor in distinguishing them from natural processes. Natural processes tend to operate more slowly than technological ones, notes Adam Frank, co-author of the original Silurian hypothesis paper. Rapid changes in isotope ratios or elemental concentrations that occur over thousands rather than millions of years are more likely to have technological origins. But measuring such rates requires well-preserved, continuous sedimentary sequences that are rare in the geological record. Despite these challenges, there are specific things we might look for as potential signatures of a pre-human technological civilization. These include, first, a rapid carbon isotope excursion not associated with known natural causes such as large igneous province eruptions or changes in ocean circulation. If found in sedimentary sequences allowing high-resolution dating, such an excursion might indicate fossil fuel combustion on an industrial scale. Second, unusual concentrations of metals or other elements that are typically dispersed in Earth's crust but concentrated by technological processes. These might include platinum group elements, rare earth elements, or metals like aluminum that require substantial energy to refine. Third, synthetic minerals that don't form under natural conditions. Humans have created thousands of mineral species that don't occur naturally, from simple compounds like silicon carbide to complex ceramics and alloys. If similar minerals were found in ancient deposits, particularly in associations that couldn't be explained by natural processes, they might indicate technological activity. Fourth, unusual fossil assemblages showing evidence of artificial selection or species translocations across natural barriers. These might include animals or plants with morphologies optimized for human use rather than natural selection, or species appearing in regions they couldn't have reached through natural dispersal mechanisms. Fifth, physical structures or alterations that resist natural explanation. While buildings or artifacts would likely not survive in recognizable form, some types of large-scale alterations, such as massive excavations, tunnel networks, or artificial islands, might leave traces that could be detected with sophisticated geological techniques. The key is looking for convergent lines of evidence, suggests Gavin Schmidt, co-author of the Silurian hypothesis paper. Any single anomaly could have a natural explanation, but multiple unusual features occurring together, a carbon isotope excursion coinciding with unusual metal concentrations and synthetic minerals, for example, would be harder to explain without invoking technological activity. This search for convergent evidence connects the Silurian hypothesis to broader questions in astrobiology, the study of life beyond Earth. As we develop techniques for detecting biosignatures and technosignatures on other planets, we're essentially addressing the same question: how do we distinguish between natural processes and the activities of living organisms or technological civilizations? The search for ancient technology on Earth is in many ways a proving ground for astrobiology, notes astrobiologist David Grinspoon of the Planetary Science Institute. If we can't detect the traces of a technological civilization on our own planet after 100 million years, what hope do we have of detecting them on planets around other stars? Yet this challenge also presents an opportunity. By carefully studying how our own technological signatures are likely to persist or fade over geological timescales, we can develop more effective strategies for identifying similar signatures elsewhere, whether in Earth's deep past or on distant worlds. The Silurian hypothesis forces us to think more creatively about the evidence of technology, explains Adam Frank. It's not just about looking for radio signals or distinctive atmospheric gases, but about understanding how technology interacts with planetary systems and what traces persist over various timescales. This perspective also encourages a more integrated approach to studying Earth's history, one that considers not just what life forms existed at different times, but what they might have done and how they might have altered their environment through technology or other means. We tend to think of technology as a uniquely human achievement, but tool use and environmental modification are common throughout the animal kingdom, notes biologist Mark Beekoff of the University of Colorado Boulder. Beavers build dams that alter waterways and create new ecosystems. Termites construct massive mounds with sophisticated ventilation systems. These activities leave traces in the environment that can persist for significant periods. Could more advanced forms of such environmental modification have occurred in Earth's past? Could some species, whether dinosaurs, early mammals, or even more distantly related groups, have developed technology more sophisticated than the simple tools used by some modern animals? There's an enormous gap between using a stick to extract termites, as chimpanzees do, and building nuclear reactors, cautions paleontologist Steve Brusatte. We have no fossil evidence of intermediate stages of technology use in any non-human lineage, but absence of evidence isn't necessarily evidence of absence, especially given the limitations of the fossil record. This brings us back to the central insight of the Silurian hypothesis. Our knowledge of Earth's deep past is remarkably limited. Despite centuries of geological and paleontological research, we have direct evidence for only a tiny fraction of the species that have ever lived, and even less information about their behaviors or capabilities. If a technological civilization had existed for just 10,000 years, comparable to our own, at some point during the 100-million-year reign of the dinosaurs, would we know about it? Asks Adam Frank. The answer, surprisingly, might be no, particularly if they didn't last long enough to affect the entire planet, or if they arose in an environment where preservation was unlikely. This humbling recognition of the limits of our knowledge doesn't mean we should abandon scientific rigor or embrace unfounded speculation. Rather, it encourages us to remain open to unexpected findings, to develop more sensitive detection methods, and to carefully consider what evidence might have been overlooked in our exploration of Earth's history. The Silurian hypothesis isn't about proving that a previous technological civilization existed, emphasizes Gavin Schmidt. It's about understanding how we would know if one had existed, what traces it might have left, and what this tells us about the impact and detectability of our own civilization over geological timescales. In this sense, the hypothesis serves not only as a framework for investigating Earth's past, but also as a mirror for examining our present and future. By considering what traces our civilization might leave over millions of years, we gain perspective on our place in Earth's long history and the legacy we are creating for whatever species might inhabit this planet in the distant future. As we continue our exploration of how civilizations leave traces, we must now turn to a more detailed examination of geological timescales and the processes that preserve or erase evidence over millions and billions of years. For it is only by understanding these fundamental mechanisms that we can properly evaluate the Silurian hypothesis and its implications for our understanding of Earth's deep history. To truly comprehend the Silurian hypothesis and its implications, we must first understand the immense vastness of geological time and the processes that both preserve and erase Earth's history. Our human perception of time is limited by our brief lifespans and recorded history. We think in terms of days, years, decades, or at most, centuries. But Earth operates on a fundamentally different timescale, one measured in millions and billions of years, where entire mountain ranges rise and fall, continents drift across the globe, and the planet's surface is continuously recycled and renewed. Geological time is difficult for the human mind to grasp, explains geologist Marcia Bjornerud of Lawrence University, author of Timefulness, How Thinking Like a Geologist Can Help Save the World. We struggle to comprehend durations beyond a few generations. Yet Earth has experienced 4.5 billion years of history, a time span so vast that if we compressed it into a single day, all of human civilization would occupy only the last fraction of a second before midnight. This vast timescale is divided by geologists into eons, eras, periods, and epochs, each marking significant transitions in Earth's conditions or the life forms that inhabit it. The oldest rocks on Earth date to the Eoarchean era, around 3.7 billion years ago, though Earth itself formed about 800 million years earlier. The earliest evidence of life appears in rocks about 3.5 billion years old, though life may have emerged even earlier. Over these billions of years, Earth has undergone dramatic transformations. Continents have assembled into supercontinents, like Rodinia and Pangaea, only to break apart again. Mountain ranges like the Appalachians, once as tall as the Himalayas, have been worn down to gentle hills. Shallow seas have covered what is now dry land, and desert regions have been submerged beneath oceans. Through all these changes, the planet has maintained a continuous geological record, though one that is fragmentary and incomplete. Earth is an active, dynamic planet, notes geophysicist Shuhei Ono of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Unlike the Moon, which preserves impact craters billions of years old on its surface, Earth constantly remakes itself through plate tectonics, erosion, and sedimentation. This dynamism is crucial for maintaining a habitable environment, but it also means that much of Earth's history has been erased. This erasure occurs through several key processes that operate at different rates and scales. Understanding these processes is essential for evaluating what traces of a pre-human technological civilization might still be detectable. The most fundamental geological process shaping Earth's surface is plate tectonics, the movement of rigid lithospheric plates over the semi-fluid asthenosphere beneath. These plates move at rates of a few centimeters per year, about the same rate that fingernails grow. While this may seem slow on human timescales, over millions of years, it results in dramatic changes. Continents drift thousands of kilometers, oceans open and close, and the entire surface of the planet is gradually recycled. Plate tectonics is like Earth's recycling system, explains geologist Rebecca Bendick of the University of Montana. At convergent boundaries, where plates collide, oceanic crust is subducted back into the mantle, effectively erasing any evidence on that crust. At divergent boundaries, new crust forms as magma rises from the mantle, and at transform boundaries, crust slides past other crust, creating fault zones like the San Andreas. This tectonic recycling is most complete for oceanic crust, which is denser than continental crust and thus more readily subducted. As a result, no oceanic crust on Earth is older than about 200 million years, a mere 5% of Earth's history. Any traces of civilization that existed solely on oceanic crust more than 200 million years ago would have been completely destroyed by subduction. Continental crust is more buoyant and thus more resistant to subduction, allowing it to persist for billions of years. The oldest continental rocks, found in the Acasta Gneiss in Canada's Northwest Territories, are about 4 billion years old. However, even continental crust is subject to continuous modification through weathering, erosion, metamorphism, and partial melting. Continental crust isn't static, notes geologist Calvin Miller of Vanderbilt University. It's constantly being reworked and transformed. The rocks we see at the surface today may have been buried deep in the crust in the past, subjected to intense heat and pressure that altered their composition and structure. This metamorphism can obliterate many of the original features of the rock, including any traces of biological or technological activity. Even when continental crust avoids subduction and metamorphism, its surface is continuously reshaped by erosion and sedimentation. Rainfall, flowing water, wind, ice, and chemical processes gradually break down exposed rock, transporting the resulting sediments to lower elevations where they accumulate in layers. These sedimentary deposits eventually lithify, turn to stone, creating a new generation of rocks that may preserve traces of the environment in which they formed. Sedimentary rocks are Earth's history books, explains sedimentologist Isabel Montañez of the University of California, Davis. Each layer represents a specific time and environment, potentially preserving fossils, chemical signatures, and other evidence of conditions at the time of deposition. However, these books are incomplete. Many pages are missing, and others have been altered after they were written. The incompleteness of the sedimentary record results from several factors. First, sedimentation is not continuous in any one location. Periods of deposition alternate with periods of erosion or non-deposition. Second, many sedimentary deposits are themselves eroded away before they can be lithified and preserved. Third, subsequent geological processes may deform, alter, or completely destroy sedimentary layers after they've formed. If you visit the Grand Canyon and look at the rock layers exposed in its walls, you're seeing a remarkable record of Earth's history, notes geologist Kira Westaway of Macquarie University. But even in this exceptional exposure, there are major gaps. The Great Unconformity, for example, represents a billion-year gap in the record, where older rocks were eroded away before younger sediments were deposited on top of them. We have no direct record of what occurred during that enormous time interval at that location. These gaps in the sedimentary record, called unconformities, are common throughout Earth's geological history. They represent periods where either no sediments were deposited or where previously deposited sediments were subsequently eroded away. The further back in time we look, the more prevalent these gaps become and the more fragmentary our understanding of Earth's history. The rock record becomes increasingly incomplete with age, explains paleontologist David Jablonski of the University of Chicago. We have a relatively detailed record of the past few million years, a reasonable record of the past few 100 million years, and only scattered glimpses of Earth's first few billion years. This preservational bias shapes our understanding of ancient life and environments. Beyond plate tectonics, erosion, and sedimentation, other processes also affect the preservation and visibility of Earth's geological record. Volcanic activity can bury landscapes under ash and lava flows. Glaciation can scour away surface features and deposits. Sea level changes can submerge or expose vast areas of land. And biological activity, from bacterial decomposition to bioturbation by burrowing organisms, can alter or destroy evidence after it's been deposited. Earth is a living planet, not just in terms of the organisms that inhabit it, but in how the planet itself behaves, notes geologist Jan Zalasiewicz of the University of Leicester. Its systems are in constant flux, continuously rewriting its surface and recycling its materials. This dynamism is what makes Earth habitable, but it also limits how far back we can peer into its history with clarity. Given these processes, what would happen to a technological civilization like our own if it disappeared today? How would its traces be preserved or erased over geological timescales? In the immediate aftermath, the first few thousand years, many human structures would remain visible, though increasingly degraded by weathering and colonized by vegetation. Reinforced concrete structures might last several thousand years in favorable environments, while massive stone constructions like the pyramids of Giza could persist for tens of thousands of years. After humans, you'd still see our footprint for quite some time, explains archaeologist Jason of Harvard University. Major cities would leave ruins recognizable as artificial structures for thousands of years. Road networks, dams, and other large infrastructure would remain visible in the landscape, especially in arid regions where erosion proceeds more slowly. However, as timescales extend to hundreds of thousands or millions of years, even the most durable structures would be significantly altered. Those in tectonically active regions might be destroyed by earthquakes or buried by volcanic activity. Those in coastal areas would be submerged by rising sea levels or eroded by wave action. Those in temperate regions would be increasingly degraded by frost action, chemical weathering, and biological activity. 1 million years is enough time for significant erosion and sediment accumulation, notes geomorphologist David Montgomery of the University of Washington. Most buildings would be reduced to scattered fragments, buried under meters of sediment, or completely eroded away. Major excavations like open pit mines might still be detectable as unusual depressions in the landscape, but their sharp engineered features would be softened by erosion. At timescales of tens of millions of years, the minimum we would be considering under the Silurian hypothesis, the transformation would be even more complete. Continuing erosion and sedimentation would bury or destroy most surface evidence. Tectonic processes would begin to deform and metamorphose some deposits, and the ongoing movement of plate tectonics would displace the remaining evidence from its original geographic context. After 50 million years, you'd be hard-pressed to find any recognizable human artifacts or structures, suggests Zalasiewicz. New York City would likely be completely buried under sediments or submerged beneath the ocean as the shoreline changes. The glass, steel, and concrete of the skyscrapers would have long since broken down. What might remain are some of the chemical signatures of industrial activity, preserved in sedimentary rocks formed during our time. These chemical signatures, the carbon isotope excursion from fossil fuel combustion, the synthetic compounds like plastics and persistent pollutants, the anomalous concentrations of metals and other elements, represent our most durable legacy. They would be incorporated into sedimentary rocks and could potentially remain detectable for hundreds of millions of years, provided those rocks avoided subsequent destruction or severe alteration. The chemical fingerprint of human industrial civilization is likely to be its most persistent feature, notes geochemist Agnieszka Gawuszka. Future geologists, whether human or otherwise, would find unusual concentrations of elements like cadmium, lead, mercury, and rare earth elements in sediments dating to our time. They would also find synthetic compounds that have no natural counterparts, though these might degrade over very long timescales. The biological impact of human civilization would also leave traces in the fossil record, though these might be harder to attribute specifically to technological activity without supporting evidence. The current mass extinction event, if it continues on its present trajectory, would appear as a sharp decline in fossil diversity across multiple taxa, similar to other mass extinctions in Earth's history. The fossil record preserves evidence of 5 major mass extinctions prior to the current one, explains paleontologist Antony Barnoski of Stanford University. Each appears as a horizon where many species disappear simultaneously, followed by a recovery interval where new species appear. The current extinction, if it continues, would create a similar pattern, though the abruptness of the current extinction might be a clue to its technological, rather than purely natural origin. The global redistribution of species by human activities would also create unusual associations in the fossil record, organisms appearing simultaneously in regions they could not have reached through natural dispersal. However, natural climate changes and geological events like land bridge formations can also lead to species redistributions, potentially confounding interpretation. If you found fossils of Asian carp in North American freshwater deposits, or Australian eucalyptus in South American sediments, that would suggest deliberate translocation, notes paleoecologist Jacqueline Gill of the University of Maine. But you'd need good stratigraphic control to show these appearances were truly simultaneous and not the result of natural processes over longer timescales. The artificial selection of domestic plants and animals represents another potential biological signature, as many domestic species have morphologies that would be disadvantageous in natural settings. However, distinguishing between artificial selection and natural evolutionary processes becomes increasingly difficult without contextual evidence. Modern domestic chickens have skeletal features unlike any wild bird. They're essentially shaped by human needs rather than natural selection, explains zoo archaeologist Julia Best of Cardiff University. If you found fossils with similar morphological extremes appearing suddenly without evolutionary precursors, that might suggest artificial selection. But proving this conclusively would be challenging without additional evidence of the selecting agent. Given these various processes of preservation and erasure, the detectability of a pre-human technological civilization would depend critically on several factors: its temporal duration, its geographic extent, its technological level, and when it existed. A civilization that lasted only a few centuries or millennia would leave far fewer traces than one that persisted for hundreds of thousands of years. A civilization confined to a small geographic area would be more vulnerable to complete erasure than one with a global footprint. A civilization that developed nuclear energy, synthetic chemistry, and large-scale mining would leave more persistent signatures than one based primarily on biological materials or limited to mechanical technologies. Perhaps most importantly, the timing of this hypothetical civilization would significantly affect the preservation of its traces. Evidence from the past 65 million years would generally be better preserved than evidence from earlier periods, as a greater proportion of sedimentary rocks from this interval remain relatively unaltered. The further back in time we look, the more geological processing has occurred, and the more fragmentary the record becomes. If a technological civilization existed during the Mesozoic era, between 250 and 66 million years ago, we might still find some traces in well-preserved sedimentary sequences, suggests Gavin Schmidt, co-author of the original Silurian hypothesis paper. But if one existed during the Paleozoic era, more than 250 million years ago, the evidence would be much more limited and difficult to interpret conclusively. For civilizations that might have existed in Earth's deep past, hundreds of millions or billions of years ago, the preservation of evidence becomes increasingly unlikely. Almost all oceanic crust from more than 200 million years ago has been recycled through subduction. Continental crust has been extensively reworked through multiple cycles of mountain building, erosion, and sedimentation, and the sedimentary record becomes increasingly sparse and fragmentary with age. The oldest sedimentary rocks that contain fossils of complex organisms date to about 600 million years ago, during the Ediacaran period, notes paleontologist Douglas Irwin of the Smithsonian Institution. Before that, we have only limited evidence of simple life forms like bacteria and algae. If technological civilizations existed before the Ediacaran, they would have had to arise from organisms completely unlike those that dominate the modern biosphere, and their traces would have been subjected to over 500 million years of geological processing, a daunting preservational challenge. Despite these challenges, some types of evidence might persist even over these vast timescales. Distinctive geochemical anomalies, unusual isotope ratios, or element concentrations can sometimes be detected in rocks billions of years old, though their interpretation becomes increasingly ambiguous with age. Certain types of large-scale geological modifications might also leave detectable traces, though distinguishing these from natural processes would be difficult without supporting evidence. We can detect evidence of biological activity, specifically photosynthesis, in rocks as old as 3.5 billion years through carbon isotope signatures, notes geochemist Yuichiro Ueno of the Tokyo Institute of Technology. If a technological civilization created global-scale changes to Earth's carbon cycle of sufficient magnitude, these might theoretically be detectable in ancient rocks, though attributing them specifically to technology rather than natural processes would be extremely challenging. The geological processes that limit our ability to detect ancient technological activity on Earth also provide insight into how we might search for evidence of such activity elsewhere in the solar system or beyond. Bodies without plate tectonics, active erosion, or significant atmosphere retain surface features for much longer periods than Earth. The Moon preserves impact craters billions of years old because it lacks the erosional and tectonic processes that continuously reshape Earth's surface, explains planetary scientist David Kring of the Lunar and Planetary Institute. If a technological civilization had ever existed on the Moon, its surface traces would be far better preserved than equivalent evidence on Earth. Similar preservation would occur on Mars, though to a lesser extent due to its dust storms and periodic climate changes. This differential preservation has important implications for our search for evidence of technological activity beyond Earth. It suggests that we might more easily detect the remnants of ancient civilizations on geologically inactive bodies like the Moon or Mercury than on dynamic worlds like Earth or Venus, even if such civilizations were less likely to arise in these more challenging environments. In astrobiology, we often focus on Earth-like planets as the most promising abodes for life. Notes astrobiologist Dirk Schulze-Makuch of the Technical University Berlin. But from a preservation perspective, less Earth-like worlds might actually preserve evidence of past life or technology more effectively, precisely because they lack the dynamic processes that make Earth habitable, but also continuously erase its history. Returning to Earth, the limitations of the geological record have profound implications for the Silurian hypothesis. They suggest that even if a technologically advanced civilization had existed on Earth millions of years ago, we might never find conclusive evidence of its existence, particularly if it was brief, geographically limited, or existed in the distant past. The absence of evidence isn't necessarily evidence of absence, cautions Adam Frank, co-author of the Silurian Hypothesis paper. Given the fragmentary nature of the geological record and the continuous recycling of Earth's surface, we can't rule out the possibility of pre-human technological civilizations simply because we haven't found clear evidence of them. The question becomes, what evidence might have survived? Where would we look for it? And how would we distinguish it from natural phenomena? This recognition of the limitations of the geological record doesn't mean that the Silurian hypothesis is untestable, or that we should abandon scientific rigor in evaluating it. Rather, it encourages a more nuanced approach that acknowledges these limitations, while still seeking the most distinctive and durable signatures that a technological civilization might leave. The Silurian hypothesis isn't about proving that a previous technological civilization definitely existed, emphasizes Gavin Schmidt. It's about understanding what traces such a civilization might leave in the geological record, how we would detect those traces, and what this tells us about the impact and detectability of our own civilization over geological timescales. Indeed, one of the most valuable aspects of the hypothesis is how it forces us to consider Earth's deep time and the ephemeral nature of our own civilization from a geological perspective. It reminds us that Earth has experienced billions of years of history before humans appeared, and will likely continue for billions of years after we're gone. When we think about Earth on geological timescales, human civilization appears vanishingly brief, reflects Marsha Bjornerud. Even if our civilization lasts thousands of years longer, a hopeful prospect, we will occupy only a tiny sliver of Earth's long history. This perspective can be humbling but also inspiring. It reminds us that we are participants in an ongoing story that extends far beyond our individual lives, or even our species' existence. This temporal perspective also carries ethical implications. If most traces of our civilization will eventually be erased by geological processes, what legacy do we wish to leave? If future geologists, human or otherwise, excavate the rocks that are forming today, what will they learn about us? And given the brevity of our moment in Earth's long history, what responsibilities do we have to the planet's past and future? The Silurian hypothesis isn't just about searching for hypothetical ancient civilizations, suggests environmental philosopher Dale Jamieson of New York University. It's about recognizing that we are leaving a geological signature that will persist long after our civilization is gone. Our choices today about energy systems, resource extraction, pollution, and biodiversity are writing a chapter in Earth's history that future inhabitants of this planet will read, even if our specific identity is lost to time. This recognition connects the Silurian hypothesis to broader discussions about the Anthropocene, the proposed geological epoch defined by humanity's significant impact on Earth's systems. Whether or not the Anthropocene is formally recognized by geological authorities, human activities are clearly creating signatures in the rock record that will persist for millions of years. The Anthropocene layer forming today will be one of the most distinctive horizons in Earth's geological record, suggests Jan Zalasiewicz, who chairs the Anthropocene Working Group of the International Commission on Stratigraphy. Future geologists will find an unusual array of minerals, isotope excursions, synthetic compounds, and fossil patterns that collectively indicate a major perturbation of Earth's systems, one caused not by an asteroid impact or volcanic eruption, but by the activities of a single species. This distinctive layer, with its unprecedented combination of physical, chemical, and biological signatures, might serve as a template for what we should look for when investigating the possibility of previous technological civilizations. If a similar suite of signatures were found in ancient rocks, particularly if they appeared and disappeared over a geologically brief interval, it might suggest the presence of a previous technological species. The challenge will always be disambiguation, determining whether unusual features in the geological record resulted from technological activity or from natural processes, notes Schmidt. But by understanding how our own civilization is altering Earth's systems and what traces these alterations will leave, we create a comparative framework for evaluating anomalies in the geological past. As we continue our exploration of the Silurian hypothesis, we must maintain this dual perspective, acknowledging the severe limitations imposed by geological timescales and processes, while still considering how we might find evidence of previous technological activity despite these constraints. For even if such evidence proves elusive or ambiguous, the search itself enhances our understanding of Earth's deep history and our place within it. In the next chapter, we will examine specific anomalies in the geological record that have been proposed as potential evidence of pre-human industry, not to uncritically accept these claims, but to evaluate them carefully through the lens of our understanding of geological processes and the signatures of technological activity. For it is only through rigorous scientific analysis that we can distinguish between speculative possibilities and evidence-based conclusions about Earth's mysterious past. Having examined how Earth preserves and erases its history, we now turn to one of the most intriguing aspects of the Silurian hypothesis: Could there be evidence of ancient technological activity already discovered in the geological record, perhaps misinterpreted as natural phenomena? Are there anomalies in ancient rocks that might represent the faint signatures of a forgotten technological civilization? To explore this question, we must approach the evidence with both open-mindedness and scientific rigor. We should be willing to consider unconventional interpretations of geological and paleontological data, while also subjecting such interpretations to careful scrutiny and acknowledging the principle of parsimony, that explanations requiring fewer assumptions are generally preferable when equally compatible with the evidence. There's a delicate balance to maintain, explains Gavin Schmidt, climate scientist and co-author of the original Silurian hypothesis paper. We want to avoid both reflexive dismissal of anomalous findings and uncritical acceptance of speculative interpretations. The goal is to examine the evidence carefully, consider multiple explanations, and determine which is best supported by the totality of the data. With this approach in mind, let us examine several geological anomalies that have been suggested, with varying degrees of scientific support, as potential evidence of ancient industrial activity. We'll evaluate each based on current scientific understanding, considering both conventional explanations and the possibility of technological origins. Perhaps the most frequently discussed anomaly in the context of the Silurian hypothesis is the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, PETM, a period of rapid global warming that occurred approximately 56 million years ago. During this event, global temperatures increased by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius over a period of about 20,000 years, extraordinarily rapid by geological standards, though still much slower than current anthropogenic warming. The PETM was accompanied by a significant negative carbon isotope excursion, meaning there was a shift toward lighter carbon isotopes, more carbon-12 relative to carbon-13, in the atmosphere and oceans. This pattern is consistent with the release of a large amount of isotopically light carbon into the atmosphere, similar to what's happening today due to human fossil fuel combustion, which releases carbon that has been sequestered underground for millions of years and is depleted in carbon-13. The parallels between the PETM and anthropogenic climate change are striking, notes paleoclimatologist Richard Zeeb of the University of Hawaii. Both involve rapid releases of isotopically light carbon into the atmosphere, leading to global warming, ocean acidification, and ecosystem disruptions. The primary difference is the rate. Current warming is happening at least 10 times faster than the PETM. Given these similarities, could the PETM represent the climate impact of a previous industrial civilization? While this idea has captured public imagination, most scientists consider it highly unlikely for several reasons. First, the timing doesn't align with the evolution of species that could plausibly have developed technology. The PETM occurred just 10 million years after the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. The mammals living during this period were relatively small and primitive by modern standards, with brain sizes significantly smaller than those of modern mammals. There's no fossil evidence of species with physical adaptations conducive to creating complex technology, such as hands with manipulative capabilities comparable to those of primates. The mammal species present during the PETM were still in the early stages of their evolutionary radiation, explains paleontologist Stephen Chester of Brooklyn College. They were anatomically very different from the species that would later evolve larger brains and complex behaviors. There's no fossil evidence suggesting the presence of highly intelligent, tool-using species during this time period. Second, the PETM carbon release, while rapid by geological standards, appears to have occurred over thousands of years, much slower than the carbon release from human industrial activity, which has occurred over about 2 centuries. This gradual release is more consistent with natural processes than with industrial emissions. Third, geologists have identified several natural mechanisms that could explain the PETM without invoking technological activity. These include massive volcanic eruptions associated with the opening of the North Atlantic, the release of methane hydrates from ocean sediments, wildfires burning extensive peat deposits, and thawing permafrost releasing stored carbon. We don't need to invoke an ancient industrial civilization to explain the PETM, argues paleoclimatologist Caitlin Keating-Young of Syracuse University. Natural mechanisms can account for the observed carbon isotope excursion and temperature increase, even if we're still debating which of these mechanisms was most important. The principle of parsimony suggests we should favor these natural explanations unless compelling evidence emerges for technological involvement. Nevertheless, the PETM provides a useful case study for how we might identify the geological signatures of a technological civilization. If a previous industrial civilization had existed and caused climate change through greenhouse gas emissions, it might have left signatures similar to those of the PETMEN, a rapid warming event associated with a carbon isotope excursion and changes in ocean chemistry. The key would be distinguishing such an event from natural climate variations through additional lines of evidence. If the PETM had been caused by industrial activity, we might expect to find other signatures beyond the carbon isotope excursion, suggests Adam Frank, astrophysicist and Silurian hypothesis co-author. These might include unusual metal concentrations, synthetic compounds, or evidence of large-scale environmental modifications that couldn't be easily explained by natural processes. So far, these additional signatures haven't been found for the PETM. Another geological anomaly sometimes discussed in the context of the Silurian hypothesis is the presence of unusual metal deposits in ancient rocks. Certain elements that are rare in Earth's crust, but concentrated by industrial processes, such as iridium, platinum, and rare earth elements, can form deposits through natural processes, but sometimes with distributions or concentrations that seem puzzling from a conventional geological perspective. The Oklo natural nuclear reactors in Gabon, Africa, represent one of the most intriguing examples. Approximately 2 billion years ago, 16 areas of a uranium ore deposit underwent self-sustaining nuclear fission reactions that continued intermittently for hundreds of thousands of years. These natural reactors formed because the concentration of uranium-235 was much higher in the past, due to its shorter half-life compared to uranium-238, and groundwater served as a moderator, allowing chain reactions to occur. Oklo represents a fascinating example of a natural phenomenon that mimics human technology, notes nuclear physicist Alex Meshik of Washington University in St. Louis. The nuclear reactions that occurred there are essentially the same as those in a human-built nuclear reactor, yet they occurred through entirely natural processes. It's a reminder that some seemingly technological signatures can form without intelligent intervention. While no serious scientists suggest that the Oklo reactors were created by an ancient civilization, they illustrate an important principle. Natural processes can sometimes create phenomena that superficially resemble technological artifacts. This principle applies to many other unusual metal concentrations found in the geological record. The iridium anomaly at the Cretaceous-Paleogene, KPG boundary, for example, was once mysterious, but is now well understood as the result of a massive asteroid impact 66 million years ago. The layer contains iridium concentrations up to 100 times higher than surrounding rocks, unusual but fully explained by the asteroid's composition, which was rich in this element compared to Earth's crust. Similarly, unusual concentrations of rare earth elements in certain geological formations were once puzzling, but are now understood through advances in geochemistry. These elements can be concentrated by specific mineral-forming processes, hydrothermal activity, or unusual weathering conditions. What might initially appear as anomalous metal distributions often has natural explanations that become clear with additional research, explains economic geologist Julie Rowland of the University of Auckland. Earth's geological processes can create remarkably concentrated deposits of even the rarest elements through mechanisms like fractional crystallization, hydrothermal circulation, and secondary enrichment. Nevertheless, the distribution patterns of certain elements in the geological record could potentially provide evidence of ancient industrial activity, if such activity had occurred on a sufficient scale. Modern human civilization is redistributing elements in ways that differ from natural processes, concentrating rare earth elements in electronic devices, platinum group metals in catalytic converters, and various industrial metals in urban areas. If we found ancient metal distributions that defied explanation by known geological processes and resembled the patterns created by industrial activity, that would be intriguing, suggests geochemist Dominic Weiss of Imperial College London. The key would be identifying distributions that couldn't be produced by any natural mechanism, which is challenging given the diversity and complexity of Earth's geological processes. Beyond isotope excursions and elemental distributions, another potential signature of technological activity would be the presence of synthetic compounds that don't occur naturally. Modern industrial civilization has created thousands of synthetic chemicals, from plastics and persistent organic pollutants to pharmaceuticals and novel alloys, many of which have no natural counterparts. Unfortunately, most organic compounds degrade relatively quickly on geological timescales, especially when exposed to oxygen, ultraviolet radiation, or microbial activity. Even the most persistent organic pollutants would likely be undetectable after millions of years, though their breakdown products might leave subtle signatures in the carbon cycle. Synthetic organic compounds are unlikely to survive as recognizable molecules over geological timescales, notes organic geochemist Catherine Freeman of Pennsylvania State University. However, if produced in sufficient quantities, they might leave isotopic or elemental signatures in sedimentary rocks that could potentially be detected with sensitive analytical techniques. Synthetic minerals might fare better. Human industrial activities have created hundreds of mineral species that don't occur naturally on Earth. These include simple compounds like silicon carbide, carborundum, as well as complex ceramics, alloys, and other materials. Some of these synthetic minerals are physically and chemically stable enough to potentially survive for millions of years if buried in appropriate geological settings. If a previous civilization had created synthetic minerals similar to those we produce, and if these were preserved in the geological record, they might be recognizable as artificial rather than natural, suggests mineralogist Robert Hazen of the Carnegie Institution for Science. The challenge would be distinguishing truly artificial minerals from the products of rare but natural processes, such as those formed in unusual hydrothermal systems or meteorite impacts. To date, no synthetic minerals have been discovered in geological contexts that would suggest artificial origin millions of years ago. However, the search for such materials has not been systematic, and their identification would require careful analysis of both composition and context. Mineralogists haven't specifically been looking for evidence of ancient technology in the geological record, notes Hazen. If such evidence exists, it might have been overlooked or misinterpreted as the product of unusual natural processes. This is one area where the Silurian hypothesis encourages us to look at familiar evidence with fresh perspectives. Beyond chemical signatures, what about physical evidence of ancient industrial activity? Could large-scale engineering projects leave traces that might persist for millions of years? Most human structures would be unrecognizable after millions of years of erosion, weathering, and geological activity. Even our largest cities would likely be reduced to anomalous sedimentary deposits, with no recognizable buildings or infrastructure. However, certain types of large-scale modifications might leave more persistent signatures. Mining activities represent one possibility. Modern civilization has excavated hundreds of billions of tons of material through mining operations, creating vast open pits, tunnel networks, and waste rock piles. While the sharp engineered features of these excavations would be softened by erosion over geological timescales, they might still leave recognizable anomalies in the stratigraphy of sedimentary rocks. Large-scale mining alters not just the topography, but also the sedimentary processes in a region, explains geomorphologist David Montgomery of the University of Washington. It changes erosion patterns, creates unusual sediment deposits, and modifies surface and groundwater flow. These broader impacts might leave traces that could persist even after the original excavations have been significantly eroded or buried. To date, no ancient excavations have been discovered that would suggest industrial-scale mining millions of years ago. However, distinguishing between ancient artificial excavations and natural formations like meteor impact craters, sinkholes, or erosional features would become increasingly difficult with age, as erosion would soften the distinctive engineered characteristics of artificial excavations. We can usually distinguish between natural and artificial excavations for recent features, notes archaeologist Sarah Parcak of the University of Alabama at Birmingham. But as you go further back in time, erosion would erase many of the diagnostic features of artificial structures, making them increasingly difficult to differentiate from natural formations. Nuclear activities represent another potential source of long-lasting physical evidence. Nuclear weapons testing and accidents in the modern era have left distinctive isotopic signatures in soils, ice cores, and tree rings. Some artificial radionuclides, like plutonium-239, with a half-life of 24,000 years, would remain detectable for hundreds of thousands of years, though not millions. Others, with shorter half-lives, would have completely decayed if produced millions of years ago. Nuclear testing has created a distinct stratigraphic marker in recent sediments, explains geologist Colin Waters of the University of Leicester. Future geologists will be able to identify the mid-20th century by the presence of artificial radionuclides. However, this signature would be undetectable after several million years due to radioactive decay. If a previous civilization had conducted similar nuclear activities millions of years ago, the radioisotopic evidence would be long gone. However, nuclear activities can also create more persistent signatures through changes to stable isotope ratios or the formation of unusual mineral assemblages. Nuclear fission produces unique combinations of elements and isotopes that differ from those formed by natural processes. If these were incorporated into minerals or sedimentary rocks, they might potentially be preserved over much longer timescales. The Oklo natural reactors created distinctive elemental and isotopic patterns that have persisted for 2 billion years. Notes nuclear physicist Alex Meshik, if an ancient civilization had harnessed nuclear energy, it might have created similar patterns, though distinguishing these from natural nuclear reactors would be challenging without additional contextual evidence. Some researchers have suggested that certain geological formations might represent the remains of artificial structures rather than natural formations. The Eye of the Sahara, also known as the Richat structure, in Mauritania, for example, has occasionally been proposed as an artificial construction due to its nearly circular shape and concentric rings. However, geological research has conclusively demonstrated that it formed through entirely natural processes, the differential erosion of alternating hard and soft rock layers in a dome structure created by an upwelling of molten rock. Similar claims have been made about various underwater formations, such as those near Yonaguni, Japan, and in the Bahamas. In each case, careful geological analysis has revealed natural formation processes, though the structures can be superficially reminiscent of artificial constructions to untrained observers. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures, explains cognitive scientist Michael Shermer of Chapman University. We tend to see design and intention where none exists, particularly in approximately geometric formations. This cognitive bias, combined with unfamiliarity with geological processes, leads to misinterpretations of natural formations as artificial structures. This pattern recognition bias extends to microscopic structures as well. In 1996, a team of NASA scientists announced that a Martian meteorite designated ALH 84001 contained possible evidence of ancient microbial life, including microscopic structures that resembled fossilized bacteria. Subsequent research revealed that these structures could form through inorganic processes and were not conclusive evidence of life. The ALH 84001 case illustrates how challenging it can be to distinguish between biological and non-biological structures, especially at microscopic scales, notes astrobiologist Andrew Steele of the Carnegie Institution for Science. Similar challenges would apply to identifying microscopic evidence of ancient technology in Earth rocks. What might appear as artificial microstructures could have natural explanations that aren't immediately obvious. Despite these challenges, the microscopic realm might offer more promising evidence of ancient technology than macroscopic structures, particularly for advanced technologies. Modern civilization is increasingly developing nanomaterials and microscopic machines that have distinctive structures unlike anything found in nature. If a previous civilization had developed similar technologies, and if these were preserved in the geological record, they might be recognizable as artificial. Certain types of engineered nanostructures, such as carbon nanotubes with specific dimensions or geometric arrangements, would be difficult to explain through natural processes, suggests materials scientist Ray Borman of the University of Texas at Dallas. If found in ancient rocks, they would warrant careful examination as potential evidence of technological activity. However, detecting such structures would require examining ancient rocks with advanced microscopy techniques, specifically looking for such evidence, something that hasn't been systematically done. Beyond direct evidence of technology, we might also look for indirect evidence through environmental impacts. Modern human activities are causing rapid changes in ecosystems, leading to distinctive patterns in the fossil record, from the global redistribution of species to changes in the size and abundance of organisms under human harvesting pressure. Similar patterns in the ancient fossil record, if they couldn't be explained by natural processes like climate change or normal evolutionary dynamics, might potentially indicate the presence of a technological species. However, distinguishing between technological and natural causes for such patterns would be challenging without additional supporting evidence. The challenge with using ecological changes as evidence of ancient technology is disambiguation, explains paleoecologist Jacqueline Gill of the University of Maine. Natural processes like climate change, sea level fluctuations, and ecological relationships can also cause rapid changes in species distributions and abundances. Without clear evidence of technology itself, attributing ecological changes to technological activity would be speculative at best. One specific type of ecological change that might be more diagnostic is the simultaneous appearance of species in regions separated by geographical barriers that they couldn't cross naturally. For example, finding fossils of identical terrestrial species appearing simultaneously on continents that were separated by oceans at the time would suggest deliberate translocation, something that would be difficult to explain without technological intervention. Modern humans have moved species across natural barriers that they couldn't cross on their own, introducing European rabbits to Australia, for instance, notes biogeographer David Burney of the National Tropical Botanical Garden. If we found clear evidence of similar translocations in the fossil record before humans evolved, that would be difficult to explain through natural dispersal mechanisms and might suggest technological involvement. However, even seemingly impossible natural dispersals sometimes occur through extraordinary circumstances: rafting on floating vegetation mats, transport by storms, or temporary land bridges formed during periods of low sea level. These rare but natural dispersal events must be ruled out before attributing ancient species distributions to technological activity. As we consider these various potential signatures of ancient industrial activity, it's worth emphasizing that no compelling evidence has yet been discovered that would require a technological explanation rather than natural processes. The anomalies discussed, from the PETM carbon release to unusual mineral deposits, all have plausible natural explanations that are consistent with our understanding of Earth's systems. The absence of clear evidence for a pre-human technological civilization doesn't prove such a civilization never existed, cautions Adam Frank. Given the geological processes that erase or transform evidence over millions of years, we might not expect to find obvious traces. However, the principle of parsimony suggests we shouldn't assume the existence of such a civilization without positive evidence beyond what can be explained by natural processes. This brings us to a crucial point about the Silurian hypothesis. It doesn't claim that a previous technological civilization definitely existed on Earth. Rather, it asks what evidence of such a civilization might persist after millions of years, and how we might distinguish it from natural phenomena. This framing encourages us to think more carefully about both Earth's history and the long-term impact of our own civilization. The most valuable aspect of the Silurian hypothesis may be how it changes our perspective on human activities, suggests environmental philosopher Dale Jamieson of New York University. By considering our civilization from a geological viewpoint, as a brief interval that will eventually be reduced to a thin layer in the rocks, we gain a different understanding of our place in Earth's long history and the legacy we're creating for the future. This perspective connects the Silurian hypothesis to discussions about the Anthropocene, the proposed geological epoch defined by humanity's significant impact on Earth's systems. Whether or not the Anthropocene is formally recognized by geological authorities, human activities are clearly creating signatures in the rock record that will persist for millions of years. The Anthropocene layer forming today will be one of the most distinctive horizons in Earth's geological record, suggests Jan Zalasiewicz, who chairs the Anthropocene Working Group of the International Commission on Stratigraphy. Future geologists will find an unusual array of minerals, isotope excursions, synthetic compounds, and fossil patterns that collectively indicate a major perturbation of Earth's systems. This distinctive layer, with its unprecedented combination of physical, chemical, and biological signatures, provides a template for what we might look for when investigating the possibility of previous technological civilizations. If a similar suite of signatures were found in ancient rocks, particularly if they appeared and disappeared over a geologically brief interval, it might suggest the presence of a previous technological species. But such a discovery would require careful analysis of multiple, convergent lines of evidence, not just isolated anomalies that could have natural explanations. It would need to include signatures that are difficult or impossible to explain through natural processes alone, the technological equivalent of a smoking gun. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, notes Carl Sagan's famous dictum. A claim that a pre-human technological civilization existed on Earth millions of years ago would be extraordinary indeed, requiring correspondingly strong evidence before it could be accepted by the scientific community. Nevertheless, the search for such evidence, or more precisely, the careful examination of existing geological data through the lens of this possibility, represents a legitimate scientific inquiry. It encourages us to examine anomalies in the geological record with fresh perspectives, to consider multiple explanations including those involving technology, and to develop criteria for distinguishing between natural and artificial signatures over geological timescales. The Silurian hypothesis isn't about promoting belief in ancient advanced civilizations, emphasizes Gavin Schmidt. It's about developing a rigorous framework for thinking about how technology interacts with planetary systems and what traces persist over various timescales. This has value not only for understanding Earth's history, but also for our searches for evidence of technology on other worlds. As we continue to explore Earth's deep past and develop more sensitive analytical techniques, we may discover geological anomalies that challenge conventional explanations. If such discoveries occur, the framework provided by the Silurian hypothesis would help guide their investigation, encouraging us to consider technological explanations as possibilities to be evaluated alongside natural ones, while maintaining scientific rigor and avoiding speculative overreach. For now, the evidence suggests that humans are the first species on Earth to develop industrial civilization. But the concept of searching for ancient technological signatures encourages us to view Earth's history with fresh eyes, recognizing both the limitations of the geological record and the possibility that it may contain traces of things we haven't yet imagined. As we delve deeper into Earth's mysterious past, we should remain open to unexpected discoveries while following the evidence wherever it leads. When we try to imagine a pre-human technological civilization that might have existed millions of years ago, we tend to project our own society backward in time. We picture cities of steel and glass, vehicles powered by fossil fuels, and perhaps even computers, satellites, and nuclear power. But this anthropocentric vision may severely limit our imagination. A technological civilization arising from a different evolutionary lineage, under different environmental conditions, and perhaps with different resource constraints, might develop along vastly different lines. We need to expand our conception of what a technological civilization might look like, suggests astrobiologist David Grinspoon of the Planetary Science Institute. Technology isn't just skyscrapers and smartphones. It's the systematic application of knowledge to manipulate the environment for specific purposes. This could take many forms that might not immediately register as technology to our human eyes. To explore possible forms a pre-human technological civilization might have taken, we need to consider several key questions. What species might have developed intelligence and technology? What resources would they have utilized? What environmental conditions would have shaped their development? And what traces might their civilization have left that could potentially survive for millions of years? Let's begin with the question of which species might have developed advanced intelligence and technology before humans. While we can never know for certain which extinct species possessed which cognitive abilities, we can make educated guesses based on brain size, neuroanatomy, and ecological context. Among the dinosaurs, the troodontids stand out as candidates for higher intelligence. These small, bird-like dinosaurs had relatively large brains compared to their body size, with some species having a brain-to-body mass ratio comparable to that of modern birds. They had stereoscopic vision, grasping hands with opposable digits, and likely exhibited complex behaviors. Troodontids had several of the physical and neurological prerequisites that might allow for the evolution of higher intelligence, explains paleontologist Darren Naish of the University of Southampton. Their brain structure included an expanded cerebrum, the region associated with higher cognition in modern animals. Combined with their manipulative hands, this gave them the potential for complex tool use similar to what we see in some modern birds and primates. However, troodontids differed from humans in many ways that would have influenced their technological development. Their smaller body size would have limited the energy available for supporting large brains. Their hands, while manipulative, lacked the fine motor precision of human hands, and their lifestyle as predators rather than omnivores might have created different selective pressures on cognitive evolution. If troodontids had developed technology, it might have emphasized hunting tools, shelter construction, or social coordination, suggests Naish. But without the human advantages of larger size, extreme manual dexterity, and an energy-rich omnivorous diet, they might have faced constraints on the complexity of technology they could develop. Other dinosaur lineages have also been proposed as candidates for higher intelligence. Certain duck-billed hadrosaurs had brain-to-body mass ratios comparable to those of modern reptiles and complex nasal passages that might have facilitated sophisticated vocal communication. Some ceratopsians, horned dinosaurs, show evidence of complex social behaviors that could potentially have provided a foundation for cultural evolution and knowledge transmission. Moving beyond dinosaurs, other extinct groups also had the potential for significant intelligence. Among synapsids, the lineage that includes mammals and their ancestors, certain non-mammalian species like Lycosuchus and other therapsids had relatively large brains and likely exhibited complex behaviors. These creatures lived during the Permian period, over 250 million years ago, long before the emergence of dinosaurs. The therapsids represent an early experiment in the evolution of complex cognition, notes paleontologist Kenneth Angelchik of the Field Museum of Natural History. Some species combine mammal-like features such as differentiated teeth and improved jaw mechanics with increasingly efficient metabolism. These adaptations could potentially have supported more sophisticated behaviors and laid the groundwork for cultural evolution. Among more recent mammals, several extinct lineages showed signs of significant intelligence. Certain Eocene primates had brain sizes and structures suggesting cognitive abilities exceeding those of modern lemurs. Some Oligocene and Miocene apes might have had intelligence comparable to modern great apes. Ancient proboscideans, relatives of elephants, and cetaceans, whales and dolphins, likely had complex social structures and problem-solving abilities similar to their modern counterparts. We know that significant intelligence has evolved independently multiple times among vertebrates, explains comparative psychologist Susanna Herculano-Hüzel of Vanderbilt University. Corvids, parrots, cetaceans, elephants, and primates all developed complex cognition through different evolutionary pathways. This suggests that intelligence is a favorable adaptation in many ecological contexts, and it's plausible that other extinct lineages followed similar paths. But intelligence alone isn't sufficient for developing civilization. Tool use, cultural transmission of knowledge, and social cooperation are also essential. Here, the fossil record provides less direct evidence, as behaviors fossilize poorly compared to bones and teeth. However, certain markers in the archaeological record might indicate these capabilities. For recent human ancestors, we can identify tool use through preserved stone tools and cut marks on bones, notes archaeologist Dietrich Stout of Emory University. For more distant relatives or non-primate species, such evidence would be more difficult to detect, especially over geological timescales. Any stone tools made millions of years ago would likely be indistinguishable from naturally fractured rocks by now, and any wooden or organic tools would have decomposed long ago. This raises an important point about technology itself. It needn't resemble human technology to be effective. Different species might develop entirely different approaches to manipulating their environment based on their physical capabilities, cognitive strengths, and ecological needs. For example, a hypothetical intelligent species descended from cetaceans might develop technologies adapted for aquatic environments, perhaps focused on acoustic manipulation rather than physical construction. An intelligent avian species might create technologies emphasizing lightweight materials and aerodynamics. And a species with different sensory capabilities might develop technologies that humans would struggle to recognize as such. We tend to define technology in terms of physical artifacts, observes philosopher of science Donna Haraway of the University of California, Santa Cruz. But technology can also involve techniques, systems of organization, or ways of processing information. Some of these might leave no physical trace that would survive over geological timescales. This expanded conception of technology leads us to consider what resources and energy sources a pre-human technological civilization might have utilized. Human civilization has relied heavily on fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas for its industrial development. Would a previous civilization necessarily have followed the same path? Fossil fuels are not the only possible energy source for an industrial civilization, notes environmental scientist Vaclav Smil of the University of Manitoba. Solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal energy are all available without fossil fuels. A civilization that developed along different lines might have harnessed these renewable sources from the beginning, rather than transitioning to them after depleting fossil resources. Indeed, a civilization that relied primarily on renewable energy sources might leave a very different geological signature than one dependent on fossil fuels. Instead of carbon isotope excursions and evidence of mining, it might leave traces of infrastructure for harnessing natural energy flows, though these would likely be subject to the same erosion and geological processes that erase other physical structures over millions of years. Another possibility is that a pre-human technological civilization might have utilized biological processes more extensively than we do. Rather than building mechanical devices from non-living materials, they might have bred or engineered organisms to serve technological functions, living tools, structures, and even computing systems. Many organisms already perform functions that parallel our technology, explains synthetic biologist Pamela Silver of Harvard Medical School. Beavers build dams that regulate water flow. Termites construct complex structures with sophisticated ventilation systems. Slime molds can solve optimization problems similar to those addressed by our transportation networks. An intelligent species might have developed technology by enhancing and directing these natural capabilities rather than creating artificial alternatives. A biologically based technology might leave very different traces than a mechanical one. Instead of artifacts made from metals and synthetic materials, it might leave unusual fossil assemblages, organisms with features that suggest artificial selection or genetic modification rather than natural evolution. However, distinguishing between natural evolution and technologically directed adaptation would be challenging without clear contextual evidence. Natural selection can produce remarkable adaptations that appear almost engineered, notes evolutionary biologist Richard Lenski of Michigan State University. Convergent evolution can lead unrelated organisms to develop similar features in response to similar environmental pressures. Distinguishing between these natural processes and artificial selection or modification would be extremely difficult in the fossil record, especially after millions of years. Beyond the specific forms of technology, we should also consider what environmental conditions might have shaped the development of a pre-human technological civilization. Earth's history includes numerous periods of global change, from warm greenhouse conditions to ice ages, from oxygen poor to oxygen-rich atmospheres, from times of high sea level to times when continental shelves were exposed as dry land. These varying conditions would have created different opportunities and constraints for technological development. For example, during periods of extensive glaciation, a civilization might have been concentrated in equatorial regions, potentially developing technologies adapted to these specific environments. During times of high sea level, when much of today's land was submerged, a civilization might have been more maritime in nature, perhaps developing advanced aquatic technologies. Earth has experienced dramatically different climate regimes throughout its history, explains paleoclimatologist Jessica Tierney of the University of Arizona. These would have shaped any civilization that emerged, just as our own development has been influenced by the relatively stable climate of the Holocene epoch. A civilization arising during a different climate regime might have developed very different resource utilization patterns and technological adaptations. These different adaptations might, in turn, leave different geological signatures. A civilization adapted to a warm greenhouse climate might leave less evidence of artificial heating, but perhaps more traces of cooling technologies. A maritime civilization might leave more evidence in marine sediments than in terrestrial deposits. and a civilization adapted to a different atmospheric composition might utilize chemical processes distinct from those favored by human industry. The timing of a pre-human civilization would also significantly affect both its development and the preservation of its traces. A civilization arising before the Great Oxygenation Event around 2.4 billion years ago would have faced an oxygen-poor atmosphere that would have constrained certain chemical and metabolic processes, but perhaps enabled others. One emerging during the Permian period would have had access to vast coal deposits formed during the Carboniferous, but would have faced the catastrophic end Permian extinction. And one developing during the Mesozoic era would have operated under different atmospheric conditions and resource distributions than our own civilization. The timing matters not just for the environmental conditions a civilization would experience, but also for how long its traces would have to survive to be detectable today, notes geologist Jan Zalasiewicz of the University of Leicester. Evidence from 100 million years ago would have been subjected to far more geological processing than evidence from 10 million years ago. This creates a bias toward detecting more recent civilizations, even if earlier ones existed. Given these considerations, what might a pre-human technological civilization have actually looked like? Rather than speculating about specific forms, let's consider several potential pathways a technological civilization might have followed, each distinct from human development, and each potentially leaving different geological signatures. One possibility is a biologically based civilization that utilized modified organisms as its primary technology. Rather than constructing artificial devices, such a civilization might have bred or engineered living organisms to perform specific functions, from structural support to energy production to information processing. Its cities might have been grown rather than built, composed of living structures that were cultivated rather than assembled. Some ant and termite species create elaborate structures by coordinating the activities of millions of individuals, observes entomologist Walter Tschinkel of Florida State University. An intelligent species might have developed even more sophisticated approaches to biological construction, creating living architectures that served their needs without requiring non-biological materials or energy-intensive manufacturing processes. Such a civilization might leave fossil evidence in the form of unusual organisms with features suggesting artificial selection or modification. However, these might be difficult to distinguish from natural evolutionary adaptations, especially after millions of years of subsequent evolution and preservation biases in the fossil record. Another possibility is an aquatic civilization developed by marine species. Earth's oceans have remained more stable than its land environments over geological time and have hosted complex ecosystems for hundreds of millions of years. Intelligent marine species like certain cephalopods, octopuses, squid, or early cetaceans might have developed technologies adapted to underwater conditions. Marine environments present different challenges and opportunities for technological development, notes marine biologist Sylvia Earle, founder of Mission Blue. An aquatic species wouldn't need to develop fire, which requires air, but might instead harness chemical reactions that work underwater. They might develop sophisticated methods of ocean current manipulation, pressure differentials, or ecological engineering, rather than the mechanical and electronic technologies favored by terrestrial humans. An aquatic civilization might leave different signatures than a terrestrial one. Rather than land-based structures that erode through weathering, it might create modifications to the seafloor that could potentially be preserved in marine sediments. However, seafloor environments are also subject to geological processes like sedimentation and subduction, which would erase or transform such evidence over millions of years. A third possibility is a primarily subterranean civilization. Underground environments offer protection from harsh surface conditions, temperature stability, and in some cases, access to geothermal energy. A species adapted to underground living might develop technologies focused on excavation, structural reinforcement, and navigation in dark environments. Many species live primarily underground, from naked mole rats to certain ant species, notes ecologist Eileen Lacey of the University of California, Berkeley. A technologically capable subterranean species might develop sophisticated techniques for creating and maintaining tunnel networks, managing air quality, and utilizing subterranean resources. Their cities might resemble complex warren systems rather than surface structures. A subterranean civilization might leave traces in the form of tunnel networks or unusual geological formations that suggest artificial modification. However, natural processes like karst formation, animal burrowing, and volcanic activity can also create complex underground structures, making disambiguation challenging without clear evidence of technological involvement. A fourth possibility is a minimal footprint civilization that developed sustainable technologies from the outset, rather than following the resource-intensive path of human industrial development. Such a civilization might use primarily renewable materials and energy sources, creating few permanent structures and generating little pollution or waste. Not all technological paths lead to environmental degradation, suggests environmental scientist Janine Benyus, proponent of biomimicry. A different species might have developed technologies that worked with natural cycles rather than against them, perhaps inspired by biological models that achieve sophisticated functions with minimal resource use and waste production. Such an approach might leave far fewer traces in the geological record than our own resource-intensive civilization. Indeed, a civilization that developed along these lines might be almost invisible in the geological record, leaving few distinct signatures that would persist for millions of years. This raises an important point about the Silurian hypothesis. The absence of evidence for a previous technological civilization doesn't necessarily mean such a civilization never existed, especially if it followed a development path very different from our own. We tend to think of advanced technology in terms of its environmental impact, large structures, resource extraction, pollution, notes Adam Frank, co-author of the Silurian hypothesis paper. But a truly advanced technology might be one that achieves sophisticated functions with minimal environmental disruption. Such a civilization might leave few traces that would survive over geological timescales, making it effectively invisible to later observers. This possibility connects to broader philosophical questions about the nature of technology and its relationship with the natural world. Human technology has often been developed in opposition to nature, creating artificial environments, controlling natural processes, and extracting resources from natural systems. But this isn't the only possible approach to technological development. Many indigenous cultures developed technologies that worked within natural systems rather than attempting to override them, observes anthropologist Wade Davis of the University of British Columbia. These technologies weren't less sophisticated, they were differently sophisticated, optimized for sustainability and integration rather than domination and resource extraction. A pre-human technological civilization might have followed similar principles, developing along lines that wouldn't register as advanced technology by our industrial standards. Such a civilization might leave subtle traces rather than obvious ones, perhaps shifts in species distributions that promoted certain ecological relationships, modifications to landscapes that enhanced natural productivity, or selective breeding of organisms for specific purposes. These signatures would be difficult to distinguish from natural ecological processes, without clear evidence of intentional intervention. The question of what an ancient technological civilization might look like also extends to its social structures and distribution patterns. Human civilization has tended toward urbanization, the concentration of population and infrastructure in dense settlements. But this pattern isn't inevitable. It reflects specific aspects of human psychology, economics, and technology. Urbanization emerges from particular combinations of factors: agricultural surpluses, division of labor, economic systems that favor agglomeration, and technologies that support dense habitation, explains urban geographer Jennifer Robinson of University College London. A different species with different social structures might develop more distributed settlement patterns, perhaps reflecting different resource utilization strategies or social organizations. A non-urbanized technological civilization might leave a different spatial pattern of evidence, perhaps more evenly distributed across landscapes, rather than concentrated in discrete locations. Such a pattern might be even harder to detect in the geological record, as it wouldn't create the dense concentrations of artifacts and modifications that characterize human urban centers. Another factor to consider is time scale. Human civilization has developed rapidly, with the transition from pre-agricultural societies to industrial civilization occurring in just a few thousand years. This rapid development has created a concentrated signature in the geological record, what's now called the Anthropocene. But a different species might have developed more gradually, spreading technological change over much longer periods. The speed of human technological development is unusual, notes historian of technology W. Brian Arthur of the Santa Fe Institute. It reflects specific aspects of human cognition, social learning, and cultural transmission. A species with different cognitive structures or social organizations might develop technology much more gradually, perhaps over hundreds of thousands or millions of years rather than thousands. Such gradual technological development would create a more diffuse signature in the geological record, potentially making it harder to detect as a distinct event rather than a long-term evolutionary trend. Instead of a sharp transition like the Industrial Revolution, it might appear as a gradual change in ecological relationships or resource utilization patterns. The communication systems of a pre-human technological civilization would also likely differ from our own. Human languages rely heavily on speech and, more recently, writing to transmit information. But other species might develop entirely different communication modalities based on their sensory and cognitive adaptations. Different species perceive the world through different sensory systems, explains cognitive scientist Laurie Marino of the Whale Sanctuary Project. Cetaceans communicate through complex vocalizations that travel long distances underwater. Cephalopods use visual displays through color-changing skin. Insects use chemical signaling. An intelligent species would likely develop communication systems that built upon their evolved sensory capabilities, which might be very different from human speech and writing. These different communication systems might leave different traces in the geological record, or possibly none at all. Written language creates physical artifacts that can potentially be preserved, but acoustic, chemical, or visual communication systems might leave no detectable evidence after millions of years. Finally, we should consider the possibility that a pre-human technological civilization might have developed technologies so different from our own that we wouldn't recognize them as technology. Our conception of technology is shaped by our specific evolutionary history, cognitive structures, and environmental interactions. A fundamentally different species might develop equally sophisticated but entirely different ways of manipulating their environment. We define technology in terms of physical artifacts and energy transformations because those are the approaches that make sense given our evolutionary history as tool using primates, suggests philosopher of technology Don Lade of Stony Brook University. But technology is fundamentally about extending capabilities through systematic application of knowledge. This could take forms we might not immediately recognize as technological if they operated on different principles or at different scales than our own technologies. For example, a species with different sensory capabilities might develop technologies for manipulating aspects of their environment that humans barely perceive, magnetic fields, electrical potentials, or subtle chemical gradients. A species with different social structures might develop technologies focused on enhancing cooperation or communication rather than physical manipulation. And a species with different cognitive adaptations might develop entirely different approaches to problem solving and environmental modification. Our technology reflects our embodied cognition as humans, explains cognitive scientist Andy Clark of the University of Edinburgh. A species with different embodiment would likely develop technologies that extended their specific capabilities and compensated for their specific limitations, which might be very different from our own technological trajectory. This expanded conception of what technology might look like creates both challenges and opportunities for the Silurian hypothesis. It suggests that evidence of a pre-human technological civilization might not resemble what we initially expect, requiring us to broaden our search criteria and consider more subtle or unfamiliar signatures. But it also opens the possibility that such evidence might be hiding in plain sight, misinterpreted as natural phenomena because it doesn't match our human-centric conception of technology. The Silurian hypothesis encourages us to think beyond our anthropocentric biases, notes Gavin Schmidt, co-author of the original paper. By considering how a non-human technology might develop and what traces it might leave, we expand our ability to interpret Earth's geological record and potentially recognize signatures that might otherwise be overlooked or misunderstood. This broader conception of technology also has implications for our search for evidence of technological activity beyond Earth. As we develop techniques for detecting biosignatures and technosignatures on other planets, we should consider the possibility that extraterrestrial technologies might operate on principles very different from our own, creating signatures we might not immediately recognize as artificial. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence has traditionally focused on radio signals and other electromagnetic communications because those are technologies we understand, observes astrobiologist Sarah Seeger of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. But an alien civilization might use communication methods we haven't yet developed or might modify their environment in ways that don't register as technological to our human perspective. As we continue to explore the Silurian hypothesis and its implications, we should maintain this expanded view of what a technological civilization might look like. Rather than simply projecting human development backward in time, we should consider the diverse forms that technology might take when developed by a different species in a different environmental context. The most likely form of a pre-human technological civilization is one we haven't yet imagined, suggests Adam Frank. By expanding our conception of what technology might look like and what traces it might leave, we increase our chances of recognizing evidence, if it exists, whether in Earth's geological record or on planets around other stars. In the next chapter, we'll explore another crucial aspect of the Silurian hypothesis, the limitations of our imagination when considering alternative forms of intelligence and technology. For just as Earth's deep history contains chapters we're still struggling to read, our conception of intelligence and its technological expressions may contain blind spots that limit our ability to recognize non-human patterns of complexity and innovation. When we attempt to envision intelligence different from our own, we inevitably encounter the boundaries of our imagination. As products of a specific evolutionary history, with brains shaped by particular environmental challenges and social structures, humans have inherent biases in how we conceive of intelligence, technology, and civilization. These biases can limit our ability to recognize or understand forms of intelligence and technological development that differ significantly from our own experience. We view intelligence through a human lens, explains cognitive scientist Rafael Núñez of the University of California, San Diego. Our conception of what constitutes intelligence is deeply influenced by human cognitive adaptations, social structures, and the specific ecological niches we've occupied. This creates blind spots in our understanding of alternative forms intelligence might take. This human lens shapes not only how we think about potential pre-human technological species on Earth, but also how we search for evidence of their existence and how we interpret ambiguous findings in the geological record. Recognizing these biases is crucial for a rigorous exploration of the Silurian hypothesis and for broadening our conception of what intelligence and technology might look like beyond the human model. Perhaps the most fundamental bias in our thinking about intelligence is what philosophers call anthropocentrism, the tendency to view human characteristics as the central or defining features of intelligence. We often evaluate other species' cognitive abilities based on how they compare to human capabilities, creating a linear scale with humans at the top. Intelligence isn't a single, linear quality with humans at its pinnacle, notes biologist Frans de Waal of Emory University. It's a complex, multi-dimensional set of adaptations that helps organisms solve the specific problems presented by their environments and lifestyles. Different species have evolved different types of intelligence suited to their particular needs, some of which may exceed human capabilities in specific domains. Consider, for example, the spatial memory of Clark's nutcrackers, birds that can remember the locations of thousands of seed caches over vast territories, or the navigational abilities of sea turtles, which can find their way across thousands of miles of open ocean using geomagnetic cues, or the sensory processing of bats, which create detailed mental maps through echolocation. These cognitive adaptations represent forms of intelligence optimized for specific environmental challenges, often exceeding human capabilities in these narrow domains. When we think about what intelligent life might look like, whether in Earth's past or on other planets, we need to recognize that it might excel in cognitive domains we barely perceive or understand, suggests astrobiologist Charlie Lineweaver of the Australian National University. Intelligence isn't just about abstract reasoning, language, or technology as humans practice them. It's about adaptive information processing that allows organisms to thrive in their specific environments. This expanded view of intelligence challenges us to consider how a pre-human technological species might have processed information and interacted with their environment in ways fundamentally different from human cognition. Rather than assuming such a species would think like humans but with different bodies, we should consider how their entire cognitive architecture might differ based on their evolutionary history and environmental context. For example, a hypothetical intelligent species evolved from cephalopods might have a distributed neural system rather than a centralized brain, with significant information processing occurring in their arms, as well as their central nervous system. Their cognition might emphasize parallel processing and embodied intelligence, rather than the more sequential and abstract reasoning typical of humans. Their sensory world would be dominated by touch and vision with different spectral sensitivities than human eyes, perhaps including polarization sensitivity and the ability to change their own skin patterns for communication. Cephalopod cognition represents a fascinating independent evolution of complex intelligence, explains cephalopod researcher Jennifer Mather of the University of Lethbridge. Octopuses solve problems using strategies that often differ from mammalian approaches. They have excellent spatial memory, can learn through observation, and show remarkable flexibility in their behavior, all with a nervous system radically different from our own. Similarly, an intelligent species evolved from cetaceans might experience the world primarily through sound rather than vision, with a cognitive system optimized for processing complex acoustic information over vast distances. Their social intelligence might exceed human capabilities in certain domains, with communication systems that transmit information through multiple simultaneous channels across distances that would require technology for humans to bridge. Cetacean brains show different organizational principles than primate brains, with cortical areas that process acoustic information expanded relative to visual areas, notes neuroscientist Laurie Marino. Their limbic system, associated with emotional processing, appears more elaborate than in humans, suggesting their social and emotional intelligence might operate on levels we barely comprehend. These examples illustrate that intelligence can evolve along multiple pathways, potentially leading to cognitive systems that differ fundamentally from human intelligence. A technological civilization developed by such a species would likely differ from human civilization in equally fundamental ways, perhaps emphasizing capabilities and creating artifacts that wouldn't register as advanced technology from a human perspective. Another crucial bias in our thinking stems from our reliance on vision as our primary sense. Humans are intensely visual animals, with approximately 30% of our cortex devoted to visual processing. This shapes not only how we perceive the world, but also how we conceptualize it and the technologies we develop to manipulate it. Human technology is heavily visual in both its development and operation, observes architect Juhani Pallasmaa, author of The Eyes of the Skin. We design using visual representations, create visual interfaces, and evaluate technological success largely through visual criteria. But a species with different sensory priorities might develop technologies optimized for other sensory modalities. An intelligent species that navigated the world primarily through echolocation, for instance, might develop technologies focused on acoustic properties rather than visual ones. Their artifacts might be designed to reflect, absorb, or transform sound in specific ways, with less emphasis on visual aesthetics or visual information display. Their built environment might be organized around acoustic principles rather than visual ones, creating spaces optimized for sound transmission and reception rather than visual perception. Similarly, a species with a highly developed sense of smell might create technologies that manipulate chemical signals in sophisticated ways, perhaps developing methods for storing, transmitting, and transforming olfactory information that would seem alien to human sensory experience. Their material culture might emphasize chemical properties over visual or mechanical ones, creating artifacts designed to release specific compounds under particular conditions. Different sensory worlds create different priorities and possibilities for technological development, explains biosemiotician Timo Moran of the University of Tartu. Technologies extend our capabilities to perceive and manipulate our environment. So a species with different sensory capabilities would likely develop technologies that extend those specific senses, potentially in directions humans wouldn't naturally explore. This sensory bias affects not only how we imagine a pre-human technological civilization might have developed, but also how we search for evidence of such a civilization. Archaeologists and paleontologists primarily seek visual evidence, physical structures, artifacts, or geological patterns that can be seen. But technologies optimized for other sensory modalities might leave traces that wouldn't be visually distinctive, requiring different detection methods. Our archaeological methods are adapted to finding evidence of human material culture, which tends to create visually distinctive patterns in the geological record, notes archaeologist Zoe Crossland of Columbia University. But a technological species with different sensory priorities might leave traces that wouldn't stand out visually but might be detectable through chemical analysis, acoustic properties, or patterns that become apparent only through specialized sensing technologies. Beyond sensory biases, humans also exhibit what might be called morphological bias, the tendency to imagine intelligent beings as having body plans similar to our own, with centralized sensory organs, manipulative appendages like hands, and bilateral symmetry. But the evolution of intelligence doesn't require a human-like body plan, and a technological species might have a morphology radically different from our own. Intelligence could potentially evolve in organisms with body plans very different from the vertebrate model, suggests evolutionary biologist Stuart Newman of New York Medical College. Distributed nervous systems, alternative locomotion mechanisms, different approaches to manipulation of objects. All these are compatible with the evolution of complex cognition under the right selective pressures. For example, a colonial organism with a distributed nervous system might develop a form of collective intelligence, with cognitive processes distributed across multiple semi-independent units. Such an organism might approach problem-solving and environmental manipulation in ways fundamentally different from individual intelligence, perhaps developing technologies that facilitate coordination and information sharing across the colony rather than tools used by individuals. Alternatively, an organism with radial symmetry rather than bilateral symmetry might develop cognitive systems and technologies that don't prioritize forward motion and the front-facing sensory arrays typical of bilaterally symmetric animals. Their approach to spatial navigation, environmental modification, and tool use might differ fundamentally from those of bilateral organisms like humans. The evolution of intelligence is constrained by an organism's morphology, but different morphologies create different possibilities, explains paleoanthropologist Ian Tattersall of the American Museum of Natural History. An intelligent species with a radically different body plan from humans would likely develop cognitive adaptations and technologies suited to their specific morphological capabilities and limitations. This morphological bias affects how we imagine a pre-human technological species might have interacted with their environment and what traces they might have left. We tend to look for evidence of bilateral, individual organisms with manipulative appendages similar to human hands. But a technological species with a different morphology might modify their environment and create artifacts in ways that wouldn't match our expectations, making their traces harder to recognize. We've evolved to recognize patterns created by organisms similar to ourselves, notes perceptual psychologist Nicola Bruno of the University of Parma. This creates a bias in what we notice and how we interpret ambiguous evidence. Patterns created by organisms with radically different morphologies might not trigger our pattern recognition systems or might be misinterpreted as natural geological formations rather than traces of intelligent activity. Another significant bias in our thinking stems from our evolutionary history as social primates. Human intelligence evolved in the context of complex social groups, with significant selective pressure for social cognition, understanding others' intentions, cooperating to solve problems, transmitting knowledge across generations, and navigating complex social hierarchies. This shapes not only our cognition, but also the technologies we develop and the structures of our civilizations. Human technology is deeply social in both its development and application, observes anthropologist Agustin Fuentes of Princeton University. We create technologies through collaborative processes, design them for social contexts, and use them to facilitate social interactions. This reflects our evolutionary history as a species that survived and thrived through social cooperation and knowledge sharing. But intelligence could evolve in species with very different social structures, or even in relatively solitary species under certain conditions. A technological species with different social adaptations might develop technologies serving different purposes and organized around different principles than human technologies. For instance, a primarily solitary species might develop technologies focused on individual resource acquisition or protection rather than communication or coordination. Their artifacts might lack the standardization typical of human technologies, with each individual creating unique tools suited to their specific needs rather than conforming to shared design principles. Their knowledge transmission might occur through different mechanisms than the teaching and imitation common in human societies. Conversely, a species with more complex social structures than humans, perhaps with multiple specialized castes like eusocial insects, might develop technologies organized around these specialized roles. Their artifacts might reflect the division of labor within their society, with different classes of objects designed for use by different castes. Their built environment might emphasize collective function over individual comfort in ways that would seem alien to human sensibilities. Social structure shapes technological development, notes sociologist of technology Trevor Pinch of Cornell University. Human technologies reflect our particular form of sociality, our family structures, status hierarchies, economic systems, and communication patterns. A species with different social organizations would likely develop technologies reflecting their specific social dynamics, potentially in directions humans wouldn't naturally explore. This social bias affects not only how we imagine a pre-human technological civilization might have functioned, but also what evidence we look for and how we interpret ambiguous findings. We tend to expect technologies that facilitate communication, coordination, and status differentiation similar to human societies. But a technological species with different social structures might leave very different signatures in the geological record. When archaeologists interpret artifacts, they often make assumptions about social context based on human societies, explains archaeological theorist Ian Hodder of Stanford University. But these assumptions might not apply to a non-human technological species. What looks like individual variation might actually be caste specialization, or what appears to be decorative might have functional significance in a different social context. Perhaps the most fundamental bias shaping our conception of intelligence and technology is what philosopher David Chalmers calls substrate chauvinism, the assumption that intelligence must be based on biological neural systems similar to those of animals on Earth. But intelligence could potentially develop in very different physical substrates, creating forms of cognition and technology that might be unrecognizable from a human perspective. We tend to equate intelligence with brains similar to our own, observes philosopher Susan Schneider of the University of Connecticut. But cognition could potentially emerge in systems with very different physical bases, alternative biochemistries, non-carbon-based life forms, or even non-biological systems that achieve sufficient complexity and information processing capabilities. For example, a colonial slime mold like Physarum polycephalum exhibits complex problem-solving behavior despite lacking a brain or nervous system in the conventional sense. It can find optimal paths through mazes, remember environmental conditions, and solve computational problems through its distributed processing across a network of connected nuclei within a single cell or connected cells. Slime molds demonstrate that sophisticated problem-solving doesn't necessarily require a centralized brain or neural architecture, notes biologist Audrey Dussautour of the University of Toulouse. Their cognitive abilities emerge from distributed processes across a physically connected network, suggesting intelligence can develop through architectural principles very different from those of animal brains. Similarly, some researchers have proposed that plant colonies might possess a form of distributed intelligence through their interconnected root systems and chemical signaling networks. While very different from animal cognition, these systems allow plants to respond adaptively to environmental challenges, share resources, and even warn neighboring plants about threats. Plants engage in sophisticated information processing without brains or neurons, explains plant neurobiologist Stefano Mancuso of the University of Florence. Their distributed network architecture allows for robust decision-making and adaptive responses to environmental changes. This represents a fundamentally different approach to cognition than the centralized processing typical of animal nervous systems. These examples from Earth suggest that intelligence can develop through very different physical substrates and architectural principles than those familiar from human experience. A technological civilization based on such alternative forms of cognition might develop along entirely different lines than human civilization, perhaps creating technologies that manipulate their environment through means we would struggle to recognize as artificial. Our conception of technology is shaped by our specific form of embodied cognition, notes philosopher of mind Mark Rowlands of the University of Miami. A species with fundamentally different cognitive architecture might develop technologies that emphasize different capabilities, different scales of operation, or different modes of environmental interaction than those typical of human technologies. This substrate bias affects how we search for evidence of intelligence in Earth's past and beyond. We tend to look for signatures similar to those produced by human neural systems and human technologies, artifacts that extend cognitive and physical capabilities in familiar ways. But a technological civilization based on alternative forms of cognition might leave traces that wouldn't register as technological from our perspective. If we're searching for evidence of non-human intelligence, whether in Earth's geological record or on other planets, we need to expand our conception of what intelligence and its technological expressions might look like, suggests astrobiologist Sarah Walker of Arizona State University. We might need new conceptual frameworks that can recognize patterns of complexity and environmental modification that differ fundamentally from those produced by human intelligence. Beyond these specific biases, humans also exhibit what might be called temporal bias, difficulty thinking about processes that occur at timescales vastly different from our own lived experience. Our cognitive systems evolved to deal with events happening at the scale of seconds, minutes, hours, and days. We struggle to intuitively grasp both very fast processes, like quantum events, and very slow ones, like geological changes. Human cognition is temporally constrained, explains psychologist Daniel Casasanto of Cornell University. We have difficulty truly comprehending timescales outside our direct experience. We can represent them mathematically, but we can't truly simulate them in our imaginations. This affects how we think about both very rapid processes and very extended ones. This temporal bias has important implications for the Silurian hypothesis. A technological civilization might operate at temporal scales very different from human civilization, either much faster or much slower. A short-lived civilization that flashed into existence and disappeared within a few centuries might leave minimal traces in the geological record, as the resolution of most geological evidence isn't fine enough to capture such brief events beyond the very recent past. Conversely, a civilization that developed extremely slowly, perhaps taking millions of years to progress from simple tools to more complex technologies, might not register as a distinctive event in the geological record. Its traces might be spread so thinly across time that they wouldn't create the concentrated signatures typical of human industrial civilization. Our search for evidence of ancient technological activity assumes a developmental timescale similar to human civilization, notes Gavin Schmidt, co-author of the original Silurian hypothesis paper. But a civilization that developed much more rapidly or much more slowly than our own might leave signatures that don't match our expectations, making them harder to recognize or distinguish from natural processes. Similarly, a civilization that operated at a different time scale, perhaps with individual organisms living much longer or shorter lifespans than humans, might develop technologies optimized for different durational contexts. Their artifacts might be designed for much briefer use periods or for persistence over much longer timescales than human technologies, creating different patterns of preservation in the geological record. Temporal perspective shapes technological development, suggests philosopher of technology Peter Paul Verbeek of the University of Twente. Human technologies reflect our specific lifespans and time perceptions. A species with radically different temporal experience might create technologies optimized for different durational contexts, potentially leaving very different signatures in the geological record. This temporal bias intersects with what might be called scale bias, the tendency to prioritize phenomena that occur at spatial scales comparable to human bodies and habitations. Our perceptual systems evolved to detect objects and patterns at scales relevant to our survival and reproduction, from small handheld objects to landscape features we can navigate. We're less attuned to both very small-scale phenomena, like cellular or molecular processes, and very large-scale ones, like global systems or astronomical structures. Humans are middle-scale creatures, cognitively and perceptually, explains philosopher of science William Wimsatt of the University of Chicago. We naturally focus on objects and patterns at scales comparable to our bodies and immediate environments. This creates blind spots in our perception of both very small and very large-scale phenomena. This scale bias shapes how we imagine a technological civilization might modify its environment and what evidence we look for. Human technology typically operates at scales ranging from millimeters to kilometers, with most artifacts sized for human manipulation and most infrastructure designed for human habitation and transportation. But a technological species of different size, or with different perceptual capabilities, might create modifications at very different scales. For example, a microscopic intelligent species, perhaps evolved from colonial microorganisms, might develop technologies operating primarily at cellular or molecular scales. Their environmental modifications might be invisible to human perception without specialized equipment, despite potentially being sophisticated interventions in their environment. Their cities might exist within spaces humans would perceive as small and homogeneous. Conversely, a much larger intelligent species might create structures at scales humans would perceive as geological rather than artificial. Their modifications might resemble mountain ranges, canyon systems, or other landforms that we would typically attribute to natural processes rather than intelligent design. Their technology might operate at scales that wouldn't register as artifacts to human perception. Scale determines what we recognize as artificial versus natural, notes landscape architect Anne Whiston Spurn of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Human artifacts typically have certain scale relationships and geometric properties that distinguish them from natural formations. But a technology operating at very different scales might create patterns that we would misinterpret as natural geological features rather than evidence of intelligent activity. This scale bias affects both how we search for evidence of ancient technology and how we interpret ambiguous findings. We tend to look for modifications at scales typical of human technology and with geometric properties similar to human artifacts. But a technological species, operating at different scales, might leave traces that wouldn't match these expectations, making them harder to recognize as evidence of intelligent activity. When examining geological features, we make assumptions about what's natural versus artificial based on our experience with human technology, explains geomorphologist David Montgomery of the University of Washington. But these distinctions become increasingly blurry at scales and timeframes outside typical human experience. What looks like a natural formation might actually be a degraded artificial structure, or vice versa. Beyond these specific biases, perhaps the most fundamental limitation in our imagination of alternative intelligence stems from what philosopher Thomas Nagel called the view from nowhere, the impossibility of truly experiencing the world from a perspective radically different from our own. Despite our best efforts to imagine other forms of cognition, we remain trapped within our human perceptual and conceptual frameworks. We can never truly know what it's like to be a bat, an octopus, or an intelligent alien, observes philosopher David Chalmers, referencing Nagel's famous paper, What Is It Like to Be a Bat? We can simulate aspects of their experience based on our understanding of their sensory systems and behaviors, but we cannot escape our human cognitive architecture to truly experience reality from a fundamentally different perspective. This inherent limitation doesn't mean we should abandon attempts to imagine alternative forms of intelligence and technology. Rather, it suggests we should approach such imaginings with humility, recognizing the boundaries of our understanding, while still pushing to expand them. By acknowledging our biases and actively working to counteract them, we can develop more inclusive conceptions of what intelligence and technology might look like beyond the human model. The recognition of our cognitive limitations isn't a reason for pessimism, but for intellectual humility and methodological caution, suggests philosopher of science Ha-Seok Chang of the University of Cambridge. It encourages us to develop multiple, complementary frameworks for understanding phenomena, rather than assuming a single comprehensive perspective is possible. For the Silurian hypothesis, this means considering multiple possible forms a pre-human technological civilization might have taken, each based on different evolutionary lineages, environmental contexts, and developmental trajectories. It means looking for evidence that might not match our expectations of what technology should look like or how it should modify the environment. And it means being open to interpretations of geological anomalies that might initially seem implausible from a human perspective. The most valuable aspect of the Silurian hypothesis may be how it challenges us to expand our imagination of what intelligence and technology might look like, suggests Adam Frank, co-author of the original paper. By considering forms of technological civilization that differ fundamentally from our own, we develop conceptual tools that help us interpret Earth's geological record more completely and search for evidence of technology beyond Earth more effectively. This expanded imagination has practical implications for how we search for evidence of technological activity, whether in Earth's geological record or on other planets. It suggests we should develop detection methods that don't rely solely on human visual pattern recognition or expectations based on human technology. Instead, we might need analytical approaches that can identify statistical anomalies or patterns of complexity that deviate from natural processes, even if they don't resemble familiar technological signatures. The search for evidence of non-human technology requires moving beyond anthropocentric assumptions, notes astrobiologist Jason Wright of Pennsylvania State University. We need detection methods that can recognize patterns of environmental modification or energy utilization that differ from both natural processes and human technology. This might involve looking for statistical anomalies rather than specific structures or compounds. Such approaches might include analyzing isotope ratios for patterns that deviate from known natural processes without necessarily matching human industrial signatures, or examining mineral distributions for statistical patterns that suggest non-random concentrations but don't match known geological processes, or searching for energy flow patterns through ecosystems that suggest optimization beyond what natural selection alone would produce. The key is to look for complexity and pattern that exceeds what we would expect from non-intelligent natural processes, without assuming these patterns will resemble human technologies, suggests information theorist Sarah Walker. This requires quantitative measures of complexity and pattern that can be applied across different domains, from chemical systems to geophysical structures to energy flows. As we develop such analytical tools, we may discover that the boundaries between natural and artificial are less clear than we typically assume. Natural selection can produce remarkably complex and seemingly designed structures, while human technology increasingly mimics and incorporates natural processes. A sufficiently advanced non-human technology might blur these boundaries even further, perhaps working with natural systems rather than imposing artificial structures upon them. The distinction between natural and artificial is itself a product of human cognitive categories, observes philosopher of biology John Dupre of the University of Exeter. A different form of intelligence might not make this distinction in the same way, instead seeing their technological modifications as extensions of natural processes rather than impositions upon them. This would create signatures very different from those of human technology, which often stands in visible contrast to the natural environment. This perspective connects to indigenous and non-Western philosophical traditions that often view human activities as integrated with natural systems rather than separate from them. Such traditions might offer valuable conceptual resources for imagining alternative forms of technology that work with, rather than against, natural processes, creating less visible but potentially more sustainable modifications of the environment. Many indigenous knowledge systems view technology as an extension of natural processes rather than an imposition upon them, notes anthropologist Kim Tallbear of the University of Alberta. These perspectives can help us imagine how a technological civilization might develop along lines that enhance rather than disrupt ecological relationships, potentially leaving very different signatures than the resource extraction and pollution typical of industrial human civilization. As we continue to explore the Silurian hypothesis and its implications, maintaining awareness of these various biases and limitations in our imagination becomes essential. By recognizing the boundaries of our understanding while actively working to expand them, we can develop more inclusive conceptions of what intelligence and technology might look like beyond the human model. The Silurian hypothesis isn't just about finding evidence of pre-human technological civilizations, suggests Gavin Schmidt. It's about expanding our conception of what intelligence and technology might look like, challenging our anthropocentric assumptions, and developing more inclusive frameworks for recognizing complexity and pattern in the world around us. This expanded conception has value regardless of whether a pre-human technological civilization actually existed on Earth. It enhances our ability to interpret Earth's geological record, improves our search for evidence of life and technology beyond Earth, and offers new perspectives on our own technological development and its long-term impacts on Earth's systems. By imagining intelligence beyond the human model, we gain perspective on our own cognition and technology, suggests cognitive scientist Rafael Núñez. We recognize the contingent nature of human technological development, how it reflects our specific evolutionary history, cognitive adaptations, and environmental context, rather than representing the only possible path for intelligent life to develop. This perspective encourages a more humble stance toward our own technological achievements and their place in Earth's long history. Rather than seeing human technology as the inevitable culmination of evolution, or the only possible form advanced technology could take, we can recognize it as one expression of intelligence shaped by specific circumstances, remarkable in its own way, but not necessarily superior to or more inevitable than other possible trajectories. The Silurian hypothesis reminds us that intelligence and technology might take many forms, only some of which would be immediately recognizable to us as advanced, reflects Adam Frank. This realization encourages us to value diversity in both biological and technological evolution, recognizing that different pathways might offer different capabilities and perspectives, rather than representing higher or lower positions on a linear scale of advancement. In the chapters that follow, we'll continue exploring the implications of the Silurian hypothesis, examining potential evidence in the geological record, while maintaining this expanded conception of what intelligence and technology might look like beyond the human model. For only by acknowledging the limits of our imagination can we hope to recognize patterns that might otherwise remain invisible to our anthropocentric perspective. Throughout human history, people have discovered objects and structures that seemed out of place, anomalous, or difficult to explain within the conventional understanding of the past. These findings have ranged from unusual geological formations that resemble artificial structures to manufactured objects discovered in apparently ancient geological contexts. Some of these anomalies have been promoted as evidence of ancient advanced civilizations, extraterrestrial visitation, or time travel. Others have been dismissed as hoaxes, misinterpretations, or the result of natural processes. The Silurian hypothesis invites us to examine these claims with fresh eyes, not to uncritically accept them as evidence of pre-human technology, but to evaluate them carefully through the lens of scientific methodology, while maintaining an open mind about unconventional possibilities. In this chapter, we'll explore some of the most prominent examples of alleged ancient artifacts and out-of-place objects, examining the evidence, the proposed explanations, and what these cases can teach us about distinguishing between genuine anomalies and misinterpretations or fraud. Claims about out-of-place artifacts often capture public imagination because they challenge conventional historical narratives, explains archaeologist Kenneth Fader of Central Connecticut State University, author of Frauds, Myths, and Mysteries, Science and Pseudoscience in Archaeology. But distinguishing between truly anomalous findings and misinterpretations requires careful application of scientific methods, contextual analysis, and consideration of multiple hypotheses. Let's begin with one of the most famous categories of alleged ancient technology, the so-called Baghdad Battery, or Parthian Battery. Discovered in Iraq in the 1930s, this artifact consists of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder with an iron rod inside. Dating to the Parthian period, approximately 250 BCE to 224 CE, the object has been interpreted by some as an ancient electric battery. When filled with an acidic liquid like vinegar or wine, the device can indeed generate a small electric current, approximately 1 volt, similar to a modern AA battery. This has led to speculation that ancient Mesopotamians had knowledge of electricity and used these devices for electroplating or other electrical applications thousands of years before the formal discovery of electricity in the modern era. The Baghdad battery does appear to be capable of generating a weak electric current, acknowledges archaeologist Elizabeth Stone of Stony Brook University, who specializes in Mesopotamian archaeology. However, there's no evidence that it was actually used as a battery. No electroplated artifacts have been found from this period, and no texts mention electrical phenomena or applications. Alternative explanations suggest the object may have been used for storing sacred scrolls, for medicinal purposes, or for magical rituals. The combination of dissimilar metals and acidic solutions might have created a tingling sensation, interpreted as magical or healing, rather than understood as electricity in the modern scientific sense. Ancient peoples were ingenious and developed sophisticated technologies within their own knowledge frameworks. Notes: historian of science Ha-Seok Chang of the University of Cambridge. But we should be careful not to project modern scientific concepts onto ancient artifacts without clear supporting evidence. What looks like a battery to modern eyes might have had entirely different purposes and conceptual frameworks for its original makers. This case illustrates an important principle in evaluating claims about ancient technology. Functional capacity doesn't necessarily indicate actual historical use or understanding. An artifact might be capable of performing a function when analyzed with modern knowledge, but this doesn't mean its creators used it for that purpose or conceptualized it in the same way we do. Another famous category of alleged ancient advanced technology involves the so-called Antikythera mechanism. Discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in the early 20th century, this complex bronze device, dating to approximately 100 to 200 BCE, contains dozens of precisely crafted gears that modeled the movements of the sun, moon, and planets with remarkable accuracy. Unlike many claimed out-of-place artifacts, the Antikythera mechanism has been thoroughly studied by scientists using advanced imaging techniques, and its technological sophistication is well established. It represents a level of mechanical complexity not seen again in historical records until the development of medieval astronomical clocks some 1400 years later. The Antikythera mechanism is genuinely remarkable, confirms mechanical engineer Michael Wright, who has studied the device extensively. It demonstrates mathematical and astronomical knowledge we knew the ancient Greeks possessed, but a level of mechanical implementation we didn't realize they had achieved. It's advanced but not anachronistic. It fits within the intellectual context of its time, while exceeding our previous understanding of ancient Greek mechanical technology. This case illustrates that genuine archaeological surprises do occur, and our understanding of ancient technological capabilities sometimes requires revision based on new evidence. However, the Antikythera mechanism doesn't suggest technology beyond what humans could have created with the knowledge and resources available in ancient Greece. It represents exceptional engineering within its historical context, rather than evidence of intervention from a more advanced civilization. The history of technology isn't a simple linear progression, explains historian of technology Pamela Long of The Independent Scholar. Sophisticated knowledge can develop in particular contexts and then be lost or forgotten for centuries. The Antikythera mechanism represents an advanced application of known scientific principles rather than evidence of knowledge beyond its time. Moving beyond these historical artifacts, let's consider claims about objects allegedly found in geological contexts, far predating human civilization, what are sometimes called OPARTs, or out-of-place artifacts. These range from manufactured objects supposedly found in coal seams millions of years old, to apparent human footprints allegedly discovered alongside dinosaur tracks. One famous example is the London Hammer, or London Artifact, a hammer with a wooden handle discovered near London, Texas in the 1930s. According to some claims, the hammer was found embedded in rock, dated to the Ordovician period, more than 400 million years ago, hundreds of millions of years before the evolution of the first humans. The London Hammer presents a perfect case study in how these claims typically develop, explains geologist Joe Hannibal of the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. The hammer itself is real and appears to be a typical 19th century miner's hammer. However, The claim that it was found embedded in Ordovician rock is problematic. The rock surrounding the hammer is a relatively recent concretion, not an ancient formation. Concretions are compact masses of mineral matter that can form relatively quickly around objects as water deposits minerals that cement surrounding materials together. In this case, minerals from the surrounding limestone likely formed a concretion around the hammer after it was lost or discarded, creating the appearance that it was embedded in ancient rock. This pattern appears repeatedly with alleged out-of-place artifacts. Notes Feder. An object of relatively recent manufacture is found in a geological context that's misinterpreted or misrepresented as being much older than it actually is. Without careful documentation of the discovery conditions and geological analysis, the true context is lost or obscured. Another frequently cited example is the Koso artifact, a spark plug discovered inside what appeared to be a geode in the 1960s. Initial claims suggested the object was thousands or even millions of years old, challenging conventional understanding of human history. However, subsequent analysis identified it as a 1920s champion spark plug that had been encrusted with minerals through natural processes over several decades. Minerals can precipitate around modern objects relatively quickly under the right conditions, explains mineralogist Andrew Christie of the University of Queensland. What initially looks like a geode or ancient rock formation can actually be a much more recent concretion. Without understanding the specific geological processes involved, it's easy to misinterpret such findings. These cases illustrate the importance of careful geological and archaeological context in evaluating claims about out-of-place artifacts. Objects found in disturbed soil, near mining operations, or in areas with complex geological histories require particularly careful analysis to determine their true age and origin. Context is everything in archaeology, emphasizes Feder. An artifact removed from its stratigraphic context loses much of its scientific value. Without professional documentation of exactly where and how an object was found, claims about its age or significance become nearly impossible to evaluate rigorously. Beyond solid artifacts, another category of alleged evidence for ancient advanced technology involves depictions or descriptions in ancient art and literature that some interpret as representing modern technology. These include ancient Egyptian carvings alleged to show electric light bulbs or helicopters, Mayan artwork claimed to depict astronauts, and Sanskrit texts interpreted as describing nuclear weapons or aircraft. The Temple of Hathor at Dendera in Egypt contains reliefs that some have interpreted as depicting ancient electric lighting systems, with bulb-like shapes containing what appear to be filaments. Conventional Egyptological interpretation, however, identifies these as symbolic representations of lotus flowers containing serpents, consistent with Egyptian mythological motifs found elsewhere. Interpretation of ancient art requires understanding its cultural and symbolic context, explains Egyptologist Salima Ikram of the American University in Cairo. What might look like a modern technological device to contemporary eyes often has well-established symbolic meanings within its original cultural framework. Lotus flowers and serpents were important religious symbols in ancient Egypt, appearing in many contexts. Similarly, the so-called Palenque astronaut, a carved figure on the sarcophagus lid of Mayan ruler Kinich Janab Pakal, has been interpreted by some as depicting a man in a spacecraft. Mainstream archaeological interpretation identifies the carving as showing Pakal falling into the underworld at death, with the spacecraft actually being the Mayan world tree connecting the realms of the cosmos, a common motif in Mayan art. Cross-cultural interpretation is particularly susceptible to presentist bias, seeing the past through the lens of current knowledge and technology, notes anthropologist Brian Axtell of the University of California, San Diego. We naturally pattern match based on what's familiar to us. To someone from a technological society, ancient symbolic imagery can superficially resemble modern devices, creating the illusion of ancient advanced technology. This pattern matching tendency becomes even stronger with textual descriptions, where translation and interpretation add additional layers of potential misunderstanding. Sanskrit texts like the Mahabharata and Ramayana contain descriptions of powerful weapons and flying vehicles that some have interpreted as evidence of ancient advanced technology or extraterrestrial contact. Ancient texts often use poetic and metaphorical language, especially when describing supernatural or extraordinary events, explains Indologist Stephanie Jameson of the University of California, Los Angeles. Weapons that shine like the sun or vehicles that fly through the air reflect the poetic conventions and cosmological understanding of their time, not necessarily literal descriptions of modern technology. This doesn't mean ancient texts contain no useful historical information, but distinguishing between metaphorical language, cultural conventions, and literal descriptions requires deep understanding of the linguistic and cultural context. Modern technological interpretations often reflect contemporary preoccupations projected onto ancient texts rather than their original meanings. There's a tendency to assume that extraordinary accomplishments must involve technology similar to our own, notes historian of science, Lorraine Daston of the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science. But human ingenuity has taken many forms throughout history, often achieving remarkable results through methods that don't resemble modern technology but were nonetheless sophisticated within their own contexts. Moving beyond individual artifacts and representations, another category of evidence cited for ancient advanced technology involves large-scale structures that seem to exceed the technological capabilities of their builders, as conventionally understood. These include the Egyptian pyramids, Pumapunku in Bolivia, the stone spheres of Costa Rica, and various megalithic structures around the world. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built during the 4th dynasty of ancient Egypt around 2500 BCE, continues to impress modern engineers with its precision. The base of the pyramid is leveled to within less than an inch across its entire 13-acre footprint. The sides are oriented to the cardinal directions with remarkable accuracy, and the massive stone blocks, some weighing over 50 tons, are fitted together with joints so precise that a credit card often cannot be inserted between them. These achievements have led some to suggest that the pyramids could not have been built with the technology conventionally attributed to ancient Egyptians. Alternative theories propose involvement from extraterrestrial visitors, a lost advanced civilization, or pre-human technological species. The pyramids are indeed remarkable achievements, acknowledges Egyptologist Mark Lehner of Ancient Egypt Research Associates, who has studied the pyramids for decades. But they represent the culmination of centuries of architectural evolution in Egypt, with clear precursors showing the development of pyramid building techniques. We've also found extensive evidence of the tools, construction methods, and worker villages associated with their construction. Archaeological evidence indicates the pyramids were built using a combination of simple machines, levers, rollers, and ramps, copper tools, astute engineering knowledge, and massive human labor forces organized over multiple decades. While impressive, these methods are consistent with the technological capabilities of ancient Egypt, as understood from multiple lines of archaeological evidence. Human ingenuity combined with organized labor can achieve remarkable results, even with relatively simple technology, notes engineer Craig Smith, who has studied ancient construction techniques. The critical factors in building the pyramids were not advanced technology, but sophisticated planning, astronomical knowledge for alignment, mathematical understanding for design, and effective social organization to coordinate the labor force. Similar principles apply to other impressive ancient structures, often cited as evidence of advanced technology. Pumapunku in Bolivia features precisely cut stone blocks with complex geometrical shapes that fit together like puzzle pieces. The stone spheres of Costa Rica include nearly perfect spheres weighing up to 16 tons. Megalithic structures like Stonehenge involve massive stones transported over significant distances and erected in precise astronomical alignments. These achievements demonstrate sophisticated knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering principles, explains archaeologist Brian Fagan of the University of California, Santa Barbara. But they don't require technologies beyond what was available to their builders. Careful study of these sites typically reveals evidence of the tools and techniques used, which, while ingenious, are consistent with the technological context of their time. This doesn't diminish the impressiveness of these achievements. Indeed, understanding how ancient builders accomplished such feats using available technologies may be more remarkable than attributing their work to anachronistic or external sources. It demonstrates the ingenuity, patience, and organizational capabilities of ancient societies working within their technological constraints. There's sometimes a subtle ethnocentrism in suggestions that ancient non-Western or prehistoric peoples couldn't have built impressive structures without external help, suggests anthropologist Rosemary Joyce of the University of California, Berkeley. These claims underestimate the capabilities of ancient builders and overlook the sophisticated knowledge systems they developed through careful observation and intergenerational knowledge transmission. Beyond built structures, some proponents of ancient advanced technology point to geological features that appear artificially modified or created. These include the Beigong pipes in China, the stone columns of the Giant's Causeway in Ireland, and various formations that resemble roads, walls, or other constructed features. The Beigong pipes consist of metallic pipe-like structures embedded in rock near Mount Beigong in western China. Some have claimed these are evidence of an ancient plumbing system created by an advanced civilization hundreds of thousands of years ago. Geological analysis, however, indicates they are natural formations, fossilized tree roots, or burrows that have been filled with mineral deposits over time, creating the appearance of manufactured pipes. Many natural processes can create surprisingly regular or artificial-looking formations, explains geologist Jani Radabor of Brigham Young University. Columnar jointing, mineral veins, concretions, and various erosion patterns can produce structures that resemble manufactured objects. Without understanding these natural formation mechanisms, it's easy to misinterpret them as artificial. The Giant's Causeway in Ireland and similar formations like the Devil's Postpile in California illustrate this principle clearly. These sites feature remarkably regular hexagonal columns of basalt that appear almost artificially constructed. They formed naturally through volcanic processes. As lava cools and contracts, it can crack in hexagonal patterns due to the physics of thermal contraction, creating remarkably geometric natural structures. Nature often produces patterns and regularities through physical processes, notes geophysicist Raymond Jeanlos of the University of California, Berkeley. Crystallization, fracture propagation, fluid dynamics, and other mechanisms can create geometric structures that superficially resemble designed objects. Understanding these natural pattern formation processes is crucial for distinguishing between natural and artificial structures. This principle applies to larger scale formations as well. What appear to be ancient roads, walls, or platforms can form through natural geological processes like jointing, differential erosion, or stratification. Without careful geological analysis, these natural features can be misinterpreted as artificial structures, especially when viewed from aerial perspectives that emphasize geometric patterns. The human brain is remarkably good at detecting patterns and agency, seeing design where it might not exist, explains cognitive scientist Alison Gopnik of the University of California, Berkeley. This pattern recognition ability was evolutionarily advantageous, but can lead us to perceive intentional design in naturally occurring patterns. This tendency is amplified when we view geological features from perspectives not available to our ancestors, like aerial or satellite imagery. This cognitive bias toward perceiving design and intentionality underlies many claims about ancient artificial structures. Combined with limited understanding of geological processes that can create regular patterns, it leads to misidentification of natural formations as evidence of ancient technology or intelligence. The scientific approach isn't to dismiss unusual formations outright, but to investigate them using multiple lines of evidence, suggests geologist Carol Hill of the University of New Mexico. This includes examining the internal structure of the formation, its chemical and mineral composition, the surrounding geological context, and mechanisms that could explain its formation through known natural processes. When such thorough investigations are conducted, most allegedly artificial geological formations prove to have natural explanations. This doesn't make them less impressive or interesting. The natural processes that create geometric patterns or regular structures reveal the fascinating physics and chemistry underlying Earth's geological systems. A particularly contentious category of evidence involves alleged anomalies in the fossil record, from human footprints supposedly found alongside dinosaur tracks to modern artifacts reportedly discovered in ancient coal seams or rock strata. These claims, if substantiated, would dramatically revise our understanding of Earth's history and potentially provide direct evidence for technologically advanced species in the deep past. The most famous examples come from the Paluxy River in Texas, where apparent human footprints were found alongside dinosaur tracks in early Cretaceous limestone, dating to approximately 115 million years ago. These were promoted as evidence that humans, or human-like beings, coexisted with dinosaurs, contradicting the conventional understanding that non-avian dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago, long before the evolution of humans. The Paluxy Man tracks represent a classic case of misidentification, explains paleontologist Glenn Kuban, who has studied these tracks extensively. Detailed analysis revealed they're actually dinosaur tracks that have been partially eroded, creating a superficial resemblance to human footprints. In some cases, deliberate alteration enhanced this resemblance. Similar claims have appeared in other locations, but careful investigation typically reveals alternative explanations: erosion patterns resembling footprints, misidentified animal tracks, or in some cases, deliberate forgeries. The stark reality is that no verified human or hominid fossils have ever been found in geological contexts, predating the known evolutionary timeline of humanity. The fossil record is necessarily incomplete, but it shows consistent patterns across multiple locations worldwide, notes paleontologist Donald Prothero of the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. The complete absence of hominid fossils in pre-Pliocene strata, despite extensive searches, strongly suggests humans weren't present during earlier geological periods. Claims about modern artifacts found in ancient geological contexts face similar issues. Reports of metal objects, coins, or manufactured items discovered in coal seams or ancient rock formations occasionally appear in both historical accounts and modern claims. However, these reports typically lack proper documentation of discovery conditions, chain of custody, and geological context. When investigating such claims, we need to consider multiple explanations, suggests Sharon Hill, geologist and founder of Doubtful News. Objects can be introduced into seemingly ancient contexts through mining activities, geological faults, animal burrows, or various human actions. Without careful documentation of the discovery circumstances, distinguishing between these possibilities becomes nearly impossible. Even well-documented cases requiring explanation typically have more probable explanations than ancient advanced technology. For example, iron implements have occasionally been found embedded in coal. Rather than indicating the coal formed around modern tools millions of years ago, these findings typically result from mining activities where tools were lost in coal seams, or from natural processes where iron-rich water percolated through coal deposits, precipitating metallic iron in tool-like shapes. The principle of parsimony, that explanations requiring fewer unlikely assumptions should be preferred, is crucial when evaluating these claims, explains philosopher of science Elliot Sober of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. When conventional, geological, archaeological, or human behavioral explanations can account for a finding, these should be preferred over explanations requiring dramatic revisions to well-established scientific frameworks. This doesn't mean the conventional understanding is always correct, or that genuine anomalies never occur. Science progresses precisely by investigating unexplained phenomena and revising theories based on new evidence. But extraordinary claims genuinely do require extraordinary evidence, especially when they contradict multiple, independent lines of evidence from different scientific disciplines. The strength of a scientific framework isn't just its ability to explain individual phenomena, but its coherence across multiple domains. Notes: philosopher of science, Naomi Oreskes of Harvard University. Modern understanding of Earth's history integrates evidence from geology, paleontology, genetics, radiometric dating, and numerous other fields. A genuine anomaly would need to be reconciled with this broader framework or provide compelling evidence for revising it. In this context, it's worth considering whether evidence for a pre-human technological civilization would necessarily take the form of artifacts, structures, or geological anomalies of the type typically cited by proponents of ancient advanced technology. As discussed in previous chapters, a technological civilization operating on different principles than human society might leave very different signatures in the geological record. If we're seriously considering the Silurian hypothesis, we should focus on the types of evidence most likely to persist over geological timescales, rather than the types of evidence that capture public imagination, suggests Gavin Schmidt, co-author of the original Silurian hypothesis paper. Geochemical anomalies, unusual patterns in the fossil record, or distinctive mineral assemblages might provide more reliable evidence than purported artifacts or structures, which are unlikely to survive in recognizable form for millions of years. This perspective suggests that legitimate evidence for pre-human technology might not resemble the claims typically made about ancient advanced civilizations. Rather than preserved tools or megalithic structures, the most compelling evidence might be subtler signatures in the geological or geochemical record that deviate from expected natural patterns in ways difficult to explain without technological activity. The Silurian hypothesis invites us to look beyond obvious artifacts to more durable signatures of technological activity, notes Adam Frank, co-author of the hypothesis. These might include unusual isotope ratios, element distributions that couldn't result from natural processes, or abrupt transitions in the fossil record that suggest non-natural causation. Such evidence would need to be evaluated carefully within the broader context of Earth system science, distinguishing between genuinely anomalous findings and natural variability. This approach aligns with the scientific method's emphasis on systematic observation, careful measurement, and theory development based on empirical evidence. Rather than starting with extraordinary claims and seeking evidence to support them, it begins with careful observation of Earth's geological record, identifies potential anomalies, and considers multiple hypotheses to explain them, including both natural processes and potential technological activity. The most scientifically productive approach is neither uncritical acceptance nor dismissive rejection of unconventional possibilities, suggests Carol Cleland, philosopher of science at the University of Colorado Boulder. It's careful investigation using multiple lines of evidence, consideration of alternative hypotheses, and provisional acceptance of explanations that best account for the available data, while remaining open to revision based on new evidence. This balanced approach helps navigate between two problematic extremes in discussions of ancient artifacts and out-of-place objects. On one hand, uncritical acceptance of claims about ancient advanced technology often involves selective use of evidence, misunderstanding of geological and archaeological contexts, and failure to consider more parsimonious explanations. On the other hand, dismissive rejection without investigation can sometimes reflect disciplinary biases or unwillingness to consider evidence that challenges conventional frameworks. Science progresses through careful examination of anomalies, findings that don't fit easily within existing theoretical frameworks. Notes historian of science, Thomas Kuhn. Most turn out to have conventional explanations or result from measurement errors, but occasionally they lead to significant theoretical revisions. The challenge is distinguishing between genuine anomalies that warrant further investigation and spurious claims based on misinterpretation or insufficient evidence. For the Silurian hypothesis specifically, this means neither accepting claimed out-of-place artifacts as evidence of pre-human technology, nor dismissing the possibility of such technology entirely. Instead, it involves carefully examining Earth's geological record for signatures that might indicate technological activity in the deep past, while maintaining rigorous standards of evidence and considering multiple explanations for any anomalous findings. The most valuable contribution of the Silurian hypothesis may be methodological rather than substantive, suggests Schmidt. It encourages us to develop clearer criteria for distinguishing between natural and technological signatures in the geological record, which has applications beyond this specific hypothesis to areas like astrobiology and the search for technosignatures on other planets. This methodological focus shifts attention from specific contested artifacts to broader questions about how technology interacts with planetary systems and what traces persist over various timescales. It emphasizes the need for interdisciplinary approaches that combine insights from geology, chemistry, paleontology, archaeology, and other fields to develop more comprehensive understandings of Earth's deep history. The question isn't just whether particular objects are artificial or natural, notes Frank. It's about developing systematic approaches to detecting technological activity in the geological record, whether on Earth or elsewhere. This requires both theoretical frameworks for what such evidence might look like and empirical methods for testing these frameworks against the available data. As we continue exploring the implications of the Silurian hypothesis, this balanced approach, neither uncritically accepting nor dismissively rejecting unconventional possibilities, provides the most productive path forward. By carefully examining the evidence, considering multiple explanations, and developing rigorous criteria for distinguishing between natural and artificial phenomena, we enhance our understanding of Earth's deep history while maintaining scientific integrity. In the next chapter, we'll extend this exploration beyond Earth to consider another possibility, that intelligence and technology might have arrived on our planet from elsewhere in the cosmos, leaving traces that could be mistaken for a pre-human terrestrial civilization. This consideration of extraterrestrial influences connects the Silurian hypothesis to broader questions in astrobiology and the search for life beyond Earth. Our exploration of the Silurian hypothesis has primarily focused on the possibility of a pre-human technological civilization that evolved on Earth, a species that arose through natural selection on our planet, developed advanced technology, and then disappeared, leaving only subtle traces in the geological record. But there's another possibility worth considering. What if intelligence arrived on Earth from elsewhere in the cosmos? This scenario shifts our perspective from Earth as the origin of intelligence to Earth as its destination, a planet that might have been visited, colonized, or seeded with life by intelligent beings from beyond our world. While this possibility ventures into territory often associated with science fiction or fringe theories, aspects of it warrant serious scientific consideration, particularly in light of advancing understanding in astrobiology, planetary science, and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. The question of whether Earth has been visited by extraterrestrial intelligence is distinct from but related to the Silurian hypothesis, explains astrobiologist Jacob Haak Misra of the Blue Marble Space Institute of Science. Both involve searching for evidence of non-human technology in Earth's past, but they differ in the proposed origin of that technology, evolved on Earth versus arriving from elsewhere. These different origins might leave different signatures in the geological record. To explore this possibility rigorously, we need to distinguish between several different scenarios, each with different scientific plausibility and potential evidence. These range from directed panspermia the deliberate seeding of Earth with life by an extraterrestrial civilization, to actual visitation or colonization of Earth by intelligent beings from other star systems. Let's begin with perhaps the most scientifically plausible scenario: directed panspermia, the hypothesis that life on Earth might have been deliberately planted by an extraterrestrial civilization. First proposed in modern form by molecular biologists Francis Crick and Leslie Orgel in 1973, this hypothesis suggests that an advanced civilization might have sent primitive life forms to Earth, either as part of a deliberate program to spread life through the galaxy, or as a form of directed evolution. The directed panspermia hypothesis doesn't require physical visitation by extraterrestrial beings, clarifies astronomer Jason Wright of Pennsylvania State University. It only requires the technological capacity to send microorganisms or simple life forms on interstellar journeys with a reasonable probability of surviving and establishing themselves on receptive planets. While still speculative, this is among the more plausible scenarios for extraterrestrial influence on Earth's biological history. If directed panspermia occurred in Earth's distant past, what evidence might remain? The most compelling signature would likely be found in the genetic code of Earth's organisms. Life seeded from another world might contain distinctive genetic patterns, unusual biochemical features, or molecular structures that wouldn't be expected to evolve independently. Essentially, it might bear the fingerprints of its designers in its fundamental biology. To date, analyses of Earth's genetic systems have not revealed compelling evidence of artificial origin. While there are certainly unique features in Earth's biochemistry, such as the specific genetic code used by almost all organisms and the predominance of left-handed amino acids, these features can be explained through organisms and the predominance of left-handed amino acids, evolutionary and chemical processes, without requiring extraterrestrial intervention. Moving beyond directed panspermia, let's consider a more direct form of extraterrestrial influence: actual visitation of Earth by intelligent beings from beyond our solar system. This scenario, often depicted in science fiction and popular culture, would involve physical travel to Earth by extraterrestrial intelligence at some point in our planet's past, potentially leaving more distinctive evidence than the subtle biological signatures of directed panspermia. Interstellar travel presents enormous challenges even for hypothetical advanced civilizations, cautions astronomer Andrew Semien, director of the Berkeley SETI Research Center. The distances between stars are so vast that even travel at a significant fraction of light speed would require voyages lasting years or decades. Combined with the challenges of life support, radiation protection, and resource limitations during such journeys, interstellar travel would likely be a rare and resource-intensive undertaking, even for highly advanced civilizations. If extraterrestrial visitors arrived on Earth millions or billions of years ago, most physical artifacts would likely have been destroyed by the same geological processes that limit our ability to detect pre-human Earth civilizations. Structures would erode, metals would oxidize, and most materials would be recycled through Earth's active geology. However, certain types of evidence might potentially survive. The most durable evidence of extraterrestrial visitation might be deliberate markers or artifacts, specifically designed for long-term persistence, suggests archaeologist Sarah Parcak of the University of Alabama at Birmingham. An advanced civilization aware of geological processes might create artifacts using materials and locations chosen to maximize preservation over geological timescales, perhaps buried in stable geological formations, placed in space, or constructed at massive scales to resist complete erosion. For example, objects placed in stable lunar orbits or on the lunar surface would experience much less weathering and geological activity than those on Earth. Materials with extreme durability, such as certain ceramics, artificial diamonds, or specialized alloys, might resist degradation over millions of years, even in Earth environments, and sufficiently large structures or modifications might leave traces detectable even after significant erosion and geological processing. No such markers have been definitively identified on Earth or elsewhere in our solar system, Despite extensive geological exploration and astronomical observation, this doesn't prove they don't exist. We've directly explored only a tiny fraction of our solar system's surface area, and our remote sensing capabilities have limitations. But it does suggest that if extraterrestrial visitors created such markers, they're either well hidden, located in regions we haven't yet explored, or designed in ways we haven't recognized. Beyond deliberate markers, extraterrestrial visitors might have left less intentional evidence of their presence, the equivalent of archaeological remains or environmental impacts that persist despite not being designed for longevity. The nature of such evidence would depend significantly on the visitors' activities, the duration of their presence, and the technologies they employed. Unintentional evidence of extraterrestrial visitation might include chemical or isotopic anomalies from propulsion systems, energy generation, or material processing, suggests geochemist Dominic Weiss of Imperial College London. Advanced technologies might use or produce isotope ratios, element concentrations, or chemical compounds that wouldn't occur through natural geological processes. These signatures might persist in the geological record even after physical structures had disappeared. Some researchers have suggested that certain geological anomalies might represent evidence of ancient extraterrestrial activity, from unusual elemental concentrations to specific isotope ratios that differ from expected natural patterns. However, these claims typically face the same disambiguation problem as potential evidence for pre-human Earth civilizations. Natural processes can produce a wide range of chemical and isotopic signatures, making it difficult to definitively identify patterns that could only result from technological activity, let alone specifically extraterrestrial technology. Beyond physical or chemical evidence, some researchers have suggested that extraterrestrial visitors might have left biological signatures, either through inadvertent contamination with their own microbiota or through deliberate genetic modification of Earth organisms. This possibility connects back to the panspermia hypothesis, but focuses on more recent and targeted biological influences rather than the initial seeding of life. The discovery of a shadow biosphere, organisms with fundamentally different biochemistry coexisting with standard Earth life, would provide compelling evidence for biological input from beyond Earth. However, extensive searches for such alternative biochemistries have not yielded confirmed examples. Earth's known life appears to share a common biochemical foundation, suggesting either common indigenous origin or, if extraterrestrial input occurred, it replaced or assimilated any pre-existing biology. Moving beyond scientific evidence to cultural domains, some proponents of ancient astronaut theories suggest that extraterrestrial visitors might have influenced early human cultures, potentially leaving evidence in ancient myths, artwork, or architectural achievements. These claims typically involve interpreting ancient depictions of unusual beings or aerial phenomena as representations of extraterrestrial visitors, or attributing impressive ancient structures to extraterrestrial assistance. Cultural evidence presents particular challenges for evaluating claims about extraterrestrial influence, explains anthropologist Kenneth Feeder of Central Connecticut State University. Ancient myths and artwork were created within specific cultural contexts with their own symbolic systems, often representing supernatural beings, natural phenomena, or abstract concepts, rather than literal depictions of physical entities. Interpreting these through a modern technological lens involves significant risk of presentist bias, seeing the past through the filter of current preoccupations. The absence of compelling physical, chemical, biological, or cultural evidence for extraterrestrial visitation doesn't prove it never occurred. As with the broader Silurian hypothesis, absence of evidence isn't necessarily evidence of absence, particularly given the geological processes that erase or transform evidence over millions or billions of years. However, it does suggest that if extraterrestrial intelligence has visited Earth, either the visits were extremely limited in scope and impact, or they occurred so long ago that distinctive evidence has not survived in recognizable form. This brings us to a broader scientific question. Given what we know about the potential prevalence of life and intelligence in the universe, how likely is it that Earth has been visited by extraterrestrial intelligence at some point in its long history? This question connects to ongoing discussions in astrobiology about the frequency of life and intelligence in the cosmos, the feasibility of interstellar travel, and the potential behaviors of advanced technological civilizations. The famous Drake equation, formulated by astronomer Frank Drake in 1961, provides a framework for estimating the number of communicative civilizations in our galaxy by multiplying estimates for each of these uncertain factors. Depending on the values assigned to each variable, the equation can yield results ranging from Earth hosting the only technological civilization in the Milky Way to our galaxy teeming with thousands or millions of such civilizations. Recent astronomical discoveries have clarified some terms in the Drake equation, while leaving others highly uncertain, notes astronomer Seth Shostak of the SETI Institute. We now know that planets are common, with most stars hosting planetary systems. This increases the potential abodes for life. However, we still have limited information about how frequently life emerges on suitable planets, how often it evolves complexity and intelligence, and how long technological civilizations typically survive. These biological and sociological factors remain the greatest sources of uncertainty. If technological civilizations are rare, widely separated in space and time, or typically short-lived, the probability of Earth having been visited would be correspondingly low. Even with billions of years of Earth history providing a potential window for such visitation, the vast distances between stars and the potential rarity of civilizations capable of crossing them would make such encounters unlikely. The Fermi paradox, named after physicist Enrico Fermi, who famously asked, "Where is everybody?" highlights the tension between relatively optimistic estimates of extraterrestrial civilizations and the lack of confirmed evidence for their existence. If technological civilizations are common and capable of interstellar travel or communication over the galaxy's lifetime, we might expect to see evidence of their presence. The fact that we don't requires explanation. Numerous solutions to the Fermi paradox have been proposed, ranging from the possibility that technological civilizations are extremely rare to the idea that they exist but choose not to interact with emerging civilizations like ours. Some solutions suggest that evidence of extraterrestrial activity might exist but hasn't been recognized due to its exotic nature or our limited search capabilities. Others propose that interstellar travel or communication might be fundamentally more difficult than we imagine, limiting the spread of even advanced civilizations. The Great Filter hypothesis suggests there might be some barrier that prevents technological civilizations from becoming common or long-lived enough to spread through the galaxy. Notes philosopher of science Milan Cirkovic of the Astronomical Observatory of Belgrade. This filter could be in our past, making the emergence of intelligent, technological species extremely rare, or in our future, suggesting most such species destroy themselves or decline before achieving widespread interstellar presence. Earth's lack of evidence for extraterrestrial visitation might support this hypothesis. Alternatively, the zoo hypothesis suggests that extraterrestrial civilizations might exist but deliberately avoid contact with emerging civilizations like humanity, perhaps to allow our independent development or to observe us without interference. Similar to anthropologists practicing non-intervention with isolated human cultures, advanced civilizations might have ethical principles that discourage interference with developing planets. If we're considering scientifically plausible scenarios for extraterrestrial visitation of Earth, we should also consider plausible motivations for such visits, suggests anthropologist Catherine Denning of York University, who studies the anthropology of SETI. Why would an advanced civilization expend the enormous resources required for interstellar travel? Scientific curiosity, resource acquisition, colonization, or communication might provide motivation, but each suggests different patterns of visitation and potential evidence. This consideration of potential motivations connects back to the Silurian hypothesis in an important way. If Earth has been visited by extraterrestrial intelligence, the evidence might resemble what we would expect from a pre-human indigenous technological civilization. Both might leave geological, chemical, or isotopic anomalies rather than recognizable artifacts or structures. Both might be challenging to distinguish from natural processes, especially after millions of years of geological activity, and both might require similar methodological approaches to detection and verification. The search for evidence of extraterrestrial visitation and the search for evidence of pre-human Earth civilizations share important methodological challenges, suggests Gavin Schmidt. Both involve looking for subtle signatures in the geological record that deviate from expected natural patterns. Both require distinguishing between multiple possible explanations for anomalous findings, and both benefit from developing clear criteria for what would constitute compelling evidence of technological activity versus natural processes. This methodological overlap suggests that research into the Silurian hypothesis might indirectly advance our ability to search for evidence of extraterrestrial visitation, and vice versa. By developing more sophisticated approaches to detecting technological signatures in the geological record, we enhance our capacity to recognize evidence of intelligence, regardless of its origin, whether indigenous to Earth or arriving from the stars. To date, careful examination of Earth's geological record hasn't revealed anomalous layers or periods that would require technological explanation beyond known natural processes. The major transitions and extinction events in Earth's history, while sometimes dramatic in their effects, can generally be explained through established geological, astronomical, or biological mechanisms without requiring technological intervention, whether indigenous or extraterrestrial. This doesn't mean such visitation never occurred. Scientific uncertainty always remains, especially when dealing with events potentially millions or billions of years in the past. But it does suggest that any such visitation was likely limited in its planetary impact compared to the global scale signatures being created by current human industrial civilization. A visit that left no detectable global signatures would likely have been brief, localized, or specifically designed to minimize long-term evidence. As we continue exploring both the Silurian hypothesis and the possibility of extraterrestrial visitation to Earth, a balanced approach, combining scientific rigor with conceptual openness, offers the most productive path forward. By carefully examining Earth's geological record for anomalies that might indicate technological activity, developing clear criteria for distinguishing between natural and artificial signatures, and remaining open to forms of technology that might differ from human examples, we enhance our understanding of Earth's deep history and our place within the broader cosmos. Throughout our exploration of the Silurian hypothesis, we've primarily focused on the empirical questions. Could a technological civilization have existed on Earth before humans? What evidence might they have left? How would we recognize it? But underlying these scientific inquiries is a deeper question of meaning. Why does it matter? How would the existence of a pre-human technological civilization, or even just the serious consideration of this possibility, change our understanding of ourselves, our planet's history, and our place in the cosmos? The significance of the Silurian hypothesis extends beyond its scientific testability, suggests philosopher of science Carol Cleland of the University of Colorado Boulder. Even as a thought experiment, it challenges us to reconsider our relationship with Earth's deep time, the uniqueness of human technology, and the potential cyclical nature of technological civilizations. These philosophical implications remain relevant regardless of whether we find definitive evidence for pre-human technology. Let's explore these implications, beginning with perhaps the most immediate: how the Silurian hypothesis challenges our sense of uniqueness and primacy in Earth's history. Humans have long considered themselves exceptional, whether through religious frameworks that place humanity at the center of creation or scientific narratives that position Homo sapiens as the pinnacle of evolutionary complexity and intelligence. The possibility that we might not be the first technological species on our own planet disrupts this exceptionalism. Human exceptionalism runs deep in many cultures and intellectual traditions. Notes environmental philosopher Dale Jamieson of New York University. The Silurian hypothesis asks us to consider that our achievement of technology might not be unique even on our own planet, let alone in the universe. This perspective can be both humbling and liberating, diminishing our sense of cosmic specialness, while connecting us to a potentially broader community of technological species across time and space. This challenge to human exceptionalism connects to broader shifts in scientific understanding that have repeatedly displaced humans from the center of the cosmos, from the Copernican revolution showing Earth isn't the center of the universe, to Darwinian evolution positioning humans as one branch on the tree of life, to the discovery of exoplanets suggesting Earth-like worlds may be common. The Silurian hypothesis represents a potential further decentering, suggesting that even technological civilization might not be uniquely human. Beyond challenging human exceptionalism, the Silurian hypothesis also transforms how we conceptualize Earth's history and our place within it. If technological civilizations have risen and fallen before us, Earth's history becomes not just a linear progression toward human emergence, but a potentially cyclical story of intelligence repeatedly evolving and perhaps repeatedly facing existential challenges. The deep time perspective offered by geology and paleontology already reveals Earth's history as far more vast and complex than human intuition naturally grasps, explains paleontologist Peter Ward of the University of Washington. The Silurian hypothesis adds another layer to this complexity, suggesting that intelligence and technology might be recurring phenomena rather than one-time emergences. This transforms our understanding of Earth from a planet waiting for humans to arrive to a world that might have hosted multiple experiments in intelligence and civilization. This cyclical perspective also raises profound questions about the longevity and resilience of technological civilizations. If previous technological species evolved on Earth only to disappear without establishing a permanent presence, what does this suggest about the sustainability of our own civilization? Are technological civilizations inherently transitory on geological timescales, or could they potentially achieve forms of long-term stability and continuity? If technological civilizations have a tendency to collapse or self-destruct within geologically brief intervals, as the hypothetical Silurian civilization would have, this raises sobering questions about our own future, notes environmental scientist Vaclav Smil of the University of Manitoba. Conversely, if no such civilizations existed before us, despite billions of years of Earth's history, this suggests technological civilization might be extraordinarily rare, either because intelligence seldom evolves to technological levels, or because the window of opportunity for technology to emerge is unusually narrow. Either interpretation encourages reflection on the preciousness and potential fragility of human civilization. These considerations connect the Silurian hypothesis to discussions about existential risks facing humanity, from nuclear weapons and climate change to artificial intelligence and biotechnology. If technological civilizations have inherent tendencies towards self-destruction through warfare, environmental degradation, or other mechanisms, the absence of evidence for previous Earth civilizations might reflect this general pattern rather than the non-existence of such civilizations. The Great Filter hypothesis in astrobiology suggests there may be some barrier that prevents most technological civilizations from achieving long-term sustainability and interstellar expansion, explains philosopher of science Nick Bostrom of the University of Oxford. If the Silurian hypothesis is correct, and previous Earth civilizations have risen and fallen, this would suggest the filter lies ahead of the development of technology rather than behind it, a concerning prospect for humanity's long-term future. In this context, the Silurian hypothesis invites us to consider whether technological civilization itself might be inherently self-limiting on geological timescales. Perhaps the resource consumption, environmental impacts, or social instabilities associated with technological development create conditions that inevitably lead to collapse or extinction before a civilization can establish a truly permanent presence on its planet. The Anthropocene, the proposed geological epoch, defined by humanity's significant impact on Earth's systems, that is, will likely leave clear signatures in the geological record for millions of years, notes geologist Jan Zalasiewicz of the University of Leicester. But whether human civilization itself will persist for comparably long periods remains an open question. The absence of clear evidence for previous Earth civilizations might suggest technological phases are brief interludes rather than permanent transitions in a planet's history. However, the Silurian hypothesis also opens more hopeful possibilities. If we seriously consider how a technological civilization might achieve long-term sustainability and leave a lighter footprint on planetary systems, we might identify pathways toward more durable forms of technological existence. Perhaps the absence of evidence for previous Earth civilizations doesn't indicate their non-existence, but rather their development along more sustainable lines than our current civilization appears to be following. Imagining what a sustainable, long-lived technological civilization might look like could provide valuable perspective on humanity's current trajectory, suggests sustainability scientist Melissa Leach of the Institute of Development Studies. If such a civilization operated within planetary boundaries, used primarily renewable resources and energy, and maintained its complexity without continuous material growth, it might leave very different signatures than the resource-intensive, high-impact trajectory of current human civilization. This perspective connects the Silurian hypothesis to ongoing discussions about sustainability transitions, circular economies, and alternative development pathways that might allow technological civilization to persist without depleting natural capital or destabilizing Earth systems. By considering what a truly durable technological civilization would require, we gain insights that might help humanity navigate its current sustainability challenges. Beyond these implications for how we understand Earth's history and human civilization's future, the Silurian hypothesis also carries significance for how we search for evidence of intelligence beyond Earth. The methodological challenges of identifying technological signatures in Earth's geological record parallel the challenges in detecting technosignatures on other planets, whether in our solar system or around distant stars. The search for evidence of ancient Earth civilizations and the search for evidence of extraterrestrial civilizations share important similarities, suggests astronomer Jason Wright of Pennsylvania State University. Both involve looking for signatures that deviate from expected natural patterns in ways that suggest technological activity. Both require distinguishing between multiple possible explanations for anomalous findings, and both benefit from expanding our conception of what technology might look like beyond the human model. By developing more sophisticated approaches to detecting potential technological signatures in Earth's geological record, we may enhance our capacity to identify such signatures elsewhere. This cross-fertilization between Earth-focused and space-focused searches for technology could advance both fields, whether or not the Silurian hypothesis itself proves correct. Even if we never find conclusive evidence for pre-human technology on Earth, the exercise of thinking about how we would detect it improves our methodological toolkit for astrobiology and SETI, notes astrobiologist David Grinspoon of the Planetary Science Institute. It helps us develop better criteria for distinguishing between natural and technological origins for potential biosignatures and technosignatures, which becomes increasingly important as our observational capabilities for exoplanets improve. Perhaps most profoundly, the Silurian hypothesis invites us to consider the possibility that we exist within a lineage of intelligence, that we may be neither the first nor the last technological species to inhabit Earth. This perspective potentially transforms our relationship with both past and future, positioning humanity within a community of intelligence extended across deep time rather than as a singular emergence without precedent or successor. If technological civilizations have risen and fallen before us, we might conceptualize ourselves as part of an extended tradition of intelligence on Earth. Even if the connections between these civilizations exist only in the geological record rather than through direct contact or cultural transmission, suggests philosopher of time Emily Thomas of Durham University. This creates a different kind of temporal community, not one connected through memory or direct inheritance, but through shared patterns of emergence and shared planetary citizenship across Earth's vast history. This temporal extension of community also reaches forward into the future, encouraging consideration of the potential technological species that might succeed humanity if our civilization eventually collapses or transforms beyond recognition. Just as potential Silurian civilizations left a planet that eventually allowed human technology to emerge, humanity's actions today shape the planetary conditions and resource availability that would influence any future technological species. The Silurian hypothesis encourages intergenerational thinking on extremely long timescales. Notes environmental ethicist Alan Thompson of Oregon State University. It asks us to consider our responsibilities not just to near future generations of humans, but to potential technological species that might emerge millions of years after humanity. This extends the moral community across deep time in ways that challenge conventional ethical frameworks. While such extended temporal ethics might seem abstract, they connect to tangible questions about humanity's long-term impact on Earth systems. The resources we deplete, the species we drive to extinction, the nuclear waste we generate, and the climate changes we initiate will shape Earth's future far beyond the lifespan of our civilization. The Silurian hypothesis invites us to consider these impacts from the perspective of potential future technological species that might inherit our transformed planet. If humanity eventually disappears, leaving Earth available for the evolution of new intelligent species, what legacy will we leave them? Asks conservation biologist Michael Soule, founder of the Society for Conservation Biology. Will we leave a depleted planet with diminished biodiversity and accessible resources? Or will we practice planetary stewardship that maintains Earth's biological and geological potential for future technological species to emerge? The Silurian hypothesis transforms these questions from hypothetical concerns to potential historical patterns. This perspective on intergenerational responsibility across deep time also suggests a different way of thinking about humanity's cosmic significance. Rather than measuring our importance by our uniqueness or our permanence, perhaps humanity's most enduring contribution is how we shape conditions for future intelligence to emerge and flourish, whether human descendants or entirely new species that evolve long after us. If intelligence and technology represent valuable emergent properties in the universe, perhaps their continued possibility matters more than the permanence of any particular instantiation, suggests philosopher of cosmology Milan Cirkovic. In this light, humanity's cosmic purpose might not be to establish permanent dominion, but to serve as one link in an ongoing chain of intelligence, preserving and perhaps enhancing Earth's capacity to generate technological civilization repeatedly over its habitable lifetime. This view connects to broader philosophical traditions that emphasize process over permanence, relationship over individuality, and stewardship over dominion. It suggests that human significance might be found not in establishing eternal monuments or achieving cosmic uniqueness, but in participating consciously in Earth's ongoing experiment with intelligence and complexity. The Silurian hypothesis invites us to view Earth's history as an unfolding story of recurring complexity rather than a linear progression toward humanity, reflects Gavin Schmidt, co-author of the original hypothesis. In this narrative, our significance lies not in being the culmination of evolution, but in being the first technological species that's aware of its participation in this potentially cyclical process, the first that can consciously consider its relationship with potential predecessors and successors across deep time. This awareness carries both privilege and responsibility. It allows us to search for evidence of those who might have come before us, to learn from their potential successes and failures as recorded in the geological record, and to make choices that honor their legacy, while preserving possibilities for those who might follow. Whether or not we ever find conclusive evidence for pre-human technology on Earth, this perspective enriches our understanding of our place in Earth's long history and our role in shaping its future. The value of the Silurian hypothesis might ultimately lie more in the questions it poses than the answers it provides, suggests Adam Frank. It asks us to consider our civilization within the context of Earth's deep time, to recognize the transience of even our most impressive achievements on geological timescales, and to envision a longer story of intelligence in which humanity might be just one chapter. These perspectives remain valuable, regardless of whether pre-human technological civilizations actually existed. In this sense, the Silurian hypothesis serves not just as a scientific question to be answered, but as a conceptual framework that expands our temporal and cosmic imagination. It helps us see beyond the narrow window of human history to consider possibilities that extend millions or even billions of years into Earth's past and future. And it encourages us to recognize that the story of intelligence on Earth, and perhaps in the cosmos, might be more complex, more cyclical, and more enduring than our human-centric perspective typically allows. As our journey through the Silurian hypothesis draws to a close, we find ourselves not with definitive answers, but with a new perspective, a way of looking at Earth's history that acknowledges both what we know and what might remain forever beyond our knowledge. We've explored the geological processes that preserve and erase evidence over millions of years, the potential signatures a technological civilization might leave in the rock record, and the philosophical implications of considering ourselves as potentially one among many chapters in Earth's long experiment with intelligence. The most valuable outcome of exploring the Silurian hypothesis may be an expanded sense of possibility, reflects Gavin Schmidt, co-author of the original paper. Not the certainty that pre-human technological civilizations existed, but an appreciation for how limited our knowledge of Earth's deep past truly is, and how different the world might have been during the vast stretches of time that preceded human emergence. This expanded sense of possibility doesn't require abandoning scientific rigor or embracing unfounded speculation. Rather, it involves holding seemingly contradictory perspectives simultaneously, maintaining our commitment to evidence-based understanding, while acknowledging the inherent limitations in what we can know about Earth's distant past. It means recognizing that absence of evidence isn't necessarily evidence of absence, particularly when geological processes continually erase and transform the traces of what came before. Earth keeps its secrets well, notes geologist Marcia Bjornerud of Lawrence University. The geological record is remarkably effective at eliminating evidence over timescales of millions of years. The history we read in the rocks is not a complete chronicle, but a fragmentary collection of pages that survived the continuous recycling of Earth's surface. What stories might have been recorded in the missing pages, we may never know. This recognition doesn't diminish the value of scientific inquiry. Indeed, it's precisely through rigorous investigation that we come to understand both what we can know with confidence and what might remain beyond our epistemological reach. The geological and chemical techniques we've developed to study Earth's history provide remarkable insights into the planet's development, even as they reveal the limitations in our ability to detect certain types of events or processes in the distant past. Beyond its scientific implications, the Silurian hypothesis also offers a valuable perspective on humanity's relationship with Earth's deep time. It positions our species and our civilization within the vast expanse of Earth's history, not as the inevitable culmination of evolution or the definitive peak of complexity, but as one manifestation of the planet's ongoing capacity to generate intelligence and technology. This temporal contextualization can be both humbling and inspiring. Humans have existed for roughly 0.015% of Earth's history, and our industrial civilization for barely a geological instant, observes paleontologist Peter Ward of the University of Washington. Yet, we often speak and think as if the planet existed primarily for our emergence and benefit. The Silurian hypothesis reminds us that Earth's story extends far beyond human experience, with perhaps entire chapters that remain invisible to us from our limited temporal vantage point. This expanded temporal perspective doesn't diminish humanity's significance, but rather recontextualizes it. Instead of deriving meaning from our uniqueness or our permanence, we might find it in our capacity for awareness, our ability to comprehend Earth's deep history, to recognize our place within it, and to consider our responsibilities to the planet's future. We may be the first technological species to develop this reflexive understanding of our relationship with geological time, even if we weren't the first to develop technology itself. There's a profound privilege in being the first technological species that knows it might not be the first, suggests environmental philosopher Dale Jamieson of New York University. This awareness allows us to search for those who might have come before us, to learn from their potential successes and failures, and to make choices that honor their legacy while preserving possibilities for those who might follow. It gives us a kind of temporal citizenship that extends beyond our immediate moment. This temporal citizenship carries both intellectual and ethical dimensions. Intellectually, it encourages us to remain open to evidence that might challenge our assumptions about Earth's past and human uniqueness. Ethically, it invites us to consider our responsibilities to potential future technological species that might inherit the planet we leave behind, whether human descendants or entirely new evolutionary lineages that might emerge in the wake of humanity. As we conclude our exploration of the Silurian hypothesis, we're left with a question that resonates beyond its specific scientific parameters. How do we relate to a past that may contain technological civilizations we can barely detect, and a future that may hold intelligence in forms we can scarcely imagine? The hypothesis offers no definitive answer, but invites us to expand our temporal and cognitive horizons, to see ourselves as participants in Earth's long conversation with complexity and consciousness, rather than its final word. Earth has witnessed billions of years of evolution, extinction, and emergence. Whether human civilization represents the first flowering of technology on this ancient planet, or the most recent in a series of such emergences, the story of intelligence on Earth remains a profound testament to the creative potential inherent in matter, energy, and time. If Earth has hosted others before us, we may never know, but the question itself changes us. It humbles us. It makes us listen to rocks, to time, to the silence beneath our feet. And in that listening, we might discover not just knowledge about Earth's past, but wisdom for shaping its future.